Welcome, everyone. I'd like to open our board meeting. So sorry for being late. A lot to cover and apologize for running over time. So welcome to our open session. Could you all please stand for the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I would like to have an approval of the agenda. And I have
So moved.
second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And we are now at our special recognition, which is really fun for all of us. We'd like to recognize the students that were recognized by Press Democrat Youth Service Award nominees. And a special shout out to Andrea Benita Chino, who won the Educational Tutoring Award, and she developed the first ongoing bilingual program for children at the Sebastopol Library. So maybe we could give everybody a great big And our first nominee is Fisher Lamborn for Arts and Music.
They may or may
May or may not be here, okay. Did you want to say anything about this? Yes. Okay, Isabel Ghirardelli, athletics. Meredith Morash, civic steward. Sophia Chavez, community care. Aziza Greer, diversity, equity. Andrea Benita Chino, education and tutoring. Congratulations. Gwendolyn Gordon for health and wellness. Angela Ramirez for journalism. Congratulations. Violetta Flores for Latinx services. Ella Anderson for social services. And Noah Schwartz, STEM and environmental science. I'm so very proud of our students. It was a great job. Thank you so much. We are on record. Let's see. We are on recognition of student board representative, Ms. Karis Morash. We so appreciate your thoughtful, articulate, informative, and always uplifting reporting. We appreciate how you have been such a positive representative for the students. Thank you so much. Chris, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I wanted to thank you for being a part of our LCAP Educational Governance Committee. I got to know your mom over the last 2 years working in the superintendent role, and I know how proud she is of you. And, we know that you're going to go on and accomplish amazing things at Cal, and congratulations with the achievements with track and field as well, and you will be best.
Thank you so much.
Chris, fine.
Oh. Where do you want us, man? Okay.
But let me do one more.
Thank you so much.
Hello. So I have a few words I want to share that Coach Roan put together to recognize your service to the board. And before I do, I just want to say bittersweet for me a little bit. Julie mentioned how eloquent and articulate you are. From my point of view, it's been a tough act to follow, so it's kind of anyway, thank you so much for this role. A 3-year leadership student, Karis has served the last 2 as the board representative for the Annalee student body. She has far exceeded the responsibilities and requirements of the position, keeping her fellow classmates aware of the important issues as well as providing a valuable student perspective to the board. Karis's contributions to Annalee High School don't stop with her commitment to her elected role. She's been a high-achieving student athlete in cross-country and track and field, where she's the reigning league champion in the triple jump. She's been a valuable member of many clubs and organizations and has done all of this while maintaining an impeccable academic record. We will miss her here on the Annalee campus, and her shoes as board rep will be hard to fill. Thank you, Karis, and wish you luck in your next step of your journey at UC Berkeley.
All right, now we would like to recognize our incredible, wonderful retiree employees. Let's see, Principal Wade, I believe you are up first.
Okay. We have a number of folks to recognize. We're going to start with fabulous Michelle Larkin. And we have people fighting over speaking on behalf of Michelle. So I'll ask Julie to come up first, please.
I don't want to make you cry, hopefully you won't. So my name is Julie McClellan. Some staff had put together a statement. They just wanted to remember things that Michelle had done for our district. So Michelle has worked in for West County District for 27 years. She started at El Molino on an emergency credential and has taught Spanish to many eager students. Michelle was at El Molino for 24 years and under the direction of just 2 principals. She has finished her teaching career at Annalee for the last 3 years and also under 2 different principals. Michelle is known for her birthday hats and her Beatles birthday songs, scaring colleagues and students. It's always fun. So while watching a Spanish class video about naming items in the house, it always had this haunted house feel. So at the end, she would scream just to make sure everybody was paying attention. And they would scream. Michelle has lovely curly locks, a warm smile, sassy personality, and a caring demeanor. You can see her dancing on stage, whether it's for the first day of school or a secret teacher dance for the annual dance shows. That made me cry. You might have experienced the amazing organic plants and produce from the Occidental Organic Farm. She works with her husband. She's also led yoga classes for teachers after school on occasion. Finally, as of late, you might see Michelle with other colleagues dressing up in bow ties, onesies, animal prints, and more, having their own weekly teacher spirit days to spice up the end of the year and go out with a bang. it was funny because the kids would be like, why are you all wearing that? But it would take a while till like the afternoon till they realized a lot of people did. It's a great idea. Michelle is thoughtful, hardworking, and fabulous. We'll miss you and thank you for your service.
Miguel Crawford, please come on up.
My name is Miguel Crawford, and I taught with Michelle for, I think, 20 years, and my stories are a little bit more anecdotal. I guess I met Michelle in 1977. Our family moved, and her brother Jeff was in my class in second grade. She was in third grade. We went to Twin Hills together, where her mom worked and my dad was the principal. I would always tease her about, she's only a year older than me, about how she was gonna get to retire sooner. And driving here, like looking at the gray hair and looking. It's just amazing how time passes and we haven't got any old. It's fantastic. Everybody else is, and congratulations. In doing something else, I came upon a quote that I wanted to share that for me has meant a lot, and for all educators, and this is attributed to Theodore Roosevelt, so I hope it's accurate. Said that far and away the best prize in life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. And sometimes as educators, we think this is the thing, and now that I'm out of education doing other things, each of us in our jobs that applies, and she's embodied that for as long as I've known her. She really, I have to thank my second part of my career. I started elementary school, and then came to high school to Michelle, and she's like, "You have a job, you should come try it out." And I don't think I was going to get an interview because I didn't have high school experience. I was in elementary school. I just give an interview, and I got to meet Ada, who isn't with us anymore. She was really sweet, and we worked together. Besides, so Twin Hills, and then we graduated Amley together as well. And we worked. I wrote this, so 19 years together at Almley, 1 year at West County High School, and then 1 year at Amley. And it should go noticing, or no one should notice that she's in red and black. And I think this community, I know growing up in a small community, what I saw from her that she did so well at our school, that the district is now doing at Amley, where my wife is also a teacher, but she just wrapped her arms around it. And she was a leader in the Safe School Ambassadors and the Gay Straight Alliance. She just loved kids and her colleagues and was really passionate and found where there was a need and just stepped up and did those things. And I would laugh a little bit. I never told her this because I always thought I was a kind of a hard ass in the classroom. And then they go, "Oh my God, I'm so scared to go into Miss Larkin's class." Like, what? He's like, "Oh, she's so strict." And I asked other students about it, but what it was is that she was rigorous and she loved to see the kids learn. And I thought, you can't criticize her for that. And I'm the same way as teachers, like the relevance and the rigorousness, and we know how hard it is to balance that of what they can handle. That pride in seeing that they learn their subject and that they follow through when it's difficult. And so many colleagues, and I just commend everyone who's been in education for so long that's able to walk that line between how hard can you push someone. And if you teach full time, you're talking about 30 individuals 5 times. So you're talking 150 girls and abilities, and it's an incredible thing to watch. And some of the things that stand out to me, I guess descriptive word, was patient, collaborative, a team player, and just someone who was always willing to get together and share ideas and for the betterment of the kids. And we knew, Spanish, not the kids wake up and go, "I can't wait to learn Spanish." But the reality is there aren't too many subjects that they say that to. But we would always try to work together to make it something that the teachers can enjoy and the kids can enjoy. And as Julie was mentioning, doing things, the teacher skits and dance and stuff that, I'm sorry, I know all the years you never quite got me out there to do that. But she would put herself out there to be silly, modeling that for the kids. And I always admired that. And the fact that we could talk about bikes and, anyways, congratulations for this. It's great to be retiring with so much time to do what you enjoy. We'll see you around. So, congratulations.
Next honoree is Matt Christensen. I have some words from teacher colleagues and other colleagues on campus. Matt Christensen has been a teacher at Annalee High School for 25 years and has a total of 34 years of experience in teaching. During his tenure here, he has taught a variety of classes in the social science department and has been a strong advocate for the teaching of health to young people. He has served on the site council and is passionate about serving underrepresented youth. He was an active part of the teachers union and was a baseball coach. When he is not in the classroom, you can find him reading, spending time with his family, or jamming on his guitar. Anyone who's spent time in Matt's classroom can tell you that student voice is the cornerstone of his teaching, the conch. He has always encouraged critical thinking and recognizing multiple intelligences. His colleagues will miss his calm demeanor and lack of drama. Congratulations, Matt. We will miss you. Next up, Walt Hayes. Walt Hayes has been a teacher at Annalee High School for the past 20 years. During his tenure here, he has taught math, computer science, and Project Make. He's been the advisor of many clubs over the years, including the coding, engineering, robotics, STR, cereal, and ping pong clubs. When he is not tinkering in his shop, you can find him biking around town, spending time with his grandbaby, Roman, and playing his guitar. Walt has made a lasting impact in his students' lives through challenging their minds, yet giving them the freedom to create and think through challenges. Staff and administration will forever be thankful for his master scheduling program, which helped lay out our courses year in and year out, as well as for the beautiful light show that he created with former Annalee teacher Andy Belmonte. And that will live on thanks to Ryan Miller. Thank you all for your service. We truly hope you enjoy your time off. You deserve it. And finally, Mary McElroy. After anchoring the Annalee Special Day Class program for the last 5 years, Mary McElroy, with her extensive background in Waldorf teaching methods and special education leadership, is retiring. Throughout her tenure, Mary has not only taught reading and writing, math and social studies, but has also overseen the off-campus work program, providing students with invaluable paid employment opportunities during their school day. Her unique approach, weaving together traditional teaching methods with Waldorf principles, has enriched our students' educational journey, integrating academics with art and practical skills. Mary's dedication and innovative methods have left an indelible mark on our school community, and we extend our deepest gratitude for her tireless commitment to our students' growth and success. We wish Mary the best in her retirement and can't wait to hear stories about her garden, chickens, grandchildren, and travel adventures.
Thank you so much, and we have some more tokens of our appreciation right now. Mary, come on.
Here we have a certificate of appreciation, Mary, for Mary McElroy on the occasion of retirement for 4 years and 6 months of dedicated service to this district, presented this 8th day of May, 2024. And then I have another one for Walt. Wait, oops.
Mary, come back.
Mary, come back.
Jeannie, can I get a picture of the three of you?
Oh, yeah.
together too?
Sure. Sorry, wait, wait, Walt. Look in your box.
It's secret.
We also are giving her a lovely paperweight.
So let's get a picture. Nice.
Let's do this together. Well, come on. Walt Hayes upon the occasion of retirement for 19 years and 5 months of dedicated service to this district, presented on the 8th day of May, 2024.
Congratulations.
Wait, Debbie, wait.
Oh, Debbie. Here. One more. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Michelle Larkin, would you come up? Michelle, thank you for 26 years of 5 months of dedicated service. My goodness.
Yeah. That's better. Yeah. One more. Got it.
I did both. We have to do that.
Oh,
He's not here.
Oh,
oh, Matt's not here, okay. All right, we got it together now. Okay. And is Principal Alexander here? Oh, there he is.
We're going to honor two of our teachers here tonight, and first up is Sue Taggart, who couldn't be here tonight, but Sue has had a truly remarkable career. Most of that spanning in Marin in the last 4 here at Laguna High School. And Sue is a beacon of inspiration in our educational community. Sue's classroom is a testament to her as a mentor, for her creativity, energy, and passion have left an enduring impression on the hearts and minds of numerous students and colleagues. Throughout Sue's time at Laguna High School, I have observed her unwavering dedication to fostering a dynamic learning environment. This has ignited sparks of curiosity and innovation in all of her students. Her classroom has been a sanctuary of creativity where her ideas have flourished and have really pushed students beyond limits that they could ever have imagined. One can't think of Sue without thinking about her endless amounts of energy, whether it's organizing these incredible classroom projects, or simply just greeting everybody on her favorite day of the week with the question, what day is it today? In reference to the famous Geico commercial on Wednesdays. And, you know, Sue is really the embodiment of zest for life and brings that energy every day. She's instilled a love for learning, encouraged self-expression, and nurtured each student's individual talents. Through her tireless efforts, students have discovered creativity, found their voices, and have gone on to do truly amazing things with her mentorship. So congratulations, Sue, you're going to be missed. Next up, we have Ms. Warner, and, amazing, 33 years, 33 years. Lori, as you prepare to embark on a well-deserved retirement, I want to reflect just with profound gratitude and admiration on your incredible impact on our school, students, staff, and community. Your commitment to building meaningful relationships has been nothing short of extraordinary. You have not just been a teacher, but a mentor, a confidant, and a source of unwavering support for countless students. Your presence has been a constant, nurturing connections that go beyond the classroom. It's not uncommon for me to receive phone calls from former students trying to get transcripts or whatever the reason may be, and every one of them asks, is Ms. Warner still there? We have many students who their parents were also your students, and when we get those calls to see if they can come to Laguna High School, that's always one of the first questions they ask. And when I say Ms. Warner is still here, without a doubt, the response is, I want my kid in her class. Laura, you are the heartbeat of Laguna High School. You infuse our school with warmth, compassion, and a genuine love for all who enter. Your dedication to fostering a sense of belonging and inclusivity has created a school culture where every student feels seen, heard, and valued. Laura, your impact is not just on the lives of individual students, but on the fabric of our school community, leaving a rhino-sized imprint that will endure for years to come. Laura has hosted and put on our marquee event at Laguna High School, our annual holiday meal, for the past 33 years. And hopefully we're trying to convince her for more to come. You know, you have planned, prepared, cooked food, and just created a wonderful event that has created a lot of excellent memories for students and staff. As we say goodbye, I can't reflect on, you know, your impact and your legacy that is going to extend far beyond the confines of the classroom. All of our students and staff are lucky to have had the chance to work with you. As you embark on the new chapter of your journey in retirement, know that your legacy will live on in the countless lives you have touched and the countless hearts you have enriched. We are deeply grateful for your unwavering commitment to Laguna High School. I hope the next chapter of your life is filled with joy, fulfillment, and many jackpots. Congratulations.
Lori, come on.
Okay.
Right, sorry.
Horner,
Horner,
you can say Horner.
okay.
Sperenzini, Horner, yeah.
Thank you for 32 years and 5 months dedicated service to the district. Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
And please come back.
Oh, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Oh, picture.
Oh, sorry, that's my favorite thing.
I did you a few of them lately.
Thank you.
And Rose Velazquez. Comments about our wonderful,
Kathy. Kathy, do you mind coming up? I don't need to break the conformity, but I'd like you to stand up here with me. I'll be if I can break that. It's Kathy Berman. Kathy has been a school nurse for 14 years. Kathy always knew she wanted to be a nurse, but first she married an airman, had twins, and raised her kids to teens before going to nursing school. She came to the consortium in 2013 after working as a one-on-one diabetic care nurse at Parkside Elementary. As a consortium school nurse, Kathy has worked at Sebastopol Union, Twin Hills, Monterey, Guerneville, and Harmony school districts. Kathy feels that the best thing about nursing is helping people. And when she can orchestrate numerous agencies like the Lions Club, UCSF, and a primary care provider to come together to improve a child's vision, she has hit her sweet spot. I will never see a dental clinic without thinking of Kathy. Kathy has shared that school nursing has been a great experience for her and she will be missed, and she will miss it very much. But I cannot express how she will be missed by all the individuals she has touched. I will miss her gentle manner, her humor, and her steadiness. We wish you the best in your retirement. Enjoy yoga and more traveling, and remember us, because we will remember you.
Kathy Ferlin, on the occasion of retirement for 12 years and 6 months of dedicated service to the district. Congratulations. Thank you.
Superintendent Meredith, take it away.
That's Jenny.
You want me to go first?
Jenny can go first, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. It's with great pleasure tonight that I get to speak about Mia Del Preti. Mia spent 23 years at the district. Of those 23 years, 17 of them have been in the HR department. As the HR director, Mia comes into contact with every employee. She was part of the team that hired me. Thank you. Mia is and has been a constant in our district. She's weathered us through many different storms and did so with so much grace. Mia has often been regarded as Mama Mia for obvious reasons. To know her is to know how kind, caring, and compassionate she is, and how much she loves what she does and cares deeply about the community she serves and also grew up in. I also like to call her Mayor Mia, because much like Norm was to Cheers, Mia is that to Sebastopol. Everyone knows her name. To say that Mia will be missed is an understatement. Mia, you have gone above and beyond for our staff, students, and community. You have quite literally touched the lives of many and doing work well beyond just hiring, often locating housing for new staff, locating roommates, and the occasional times you've made me sauce. It's our thing. Your kindness and the little notes or birthday cards that you have sent all staff over the years will be missed. The compassion you have for staff during difficult times is remarkable. Your sincerity and overall dedication to the community are nothing short of amazing. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, because we are, of course. I personally will miss our dailies at 5, all the Amazon and Macy's packages that arrive daily for Catherine. That's her real name. Yes, I put a reminder on your calendar towards the end of June to update your shipping address. I will miss my colleague who has also become my friend. I, along with the district, wish you all the best with your next chapter, spending time with your kids and grandkids, and I'm sure creating honey-do lists for Jim. Mia, thank you for your years serving our community and our district. We have been very lucky. Congratulations.
I'd just like to add a few things. When we knew we were going to be acknowledging and honoring Mia's service and retirement, Jenny jumped at the opportunity to speak on behalf, and I'd be remiss if I didn't add a few words. Mia, you are truly West County. You represent each and every one of our amazing employees and all that have come before them. Your legacy will live on. we only hope to be able to carry that same work forward. And I know that Dan Blake's out there somewhere. He's got big shoes to fill. I first met you when we were in the HR group and you showed me the ways of being a good HR director. And I was fortunate to be able to become your colleague. And the history, I think, that you represent in this district with your parents being former teachers and, you know, your work in different roles and different capacities, you show and demonstrate a true love for our district, for our community, and for our employees, as well as our students each and every day. Our involvement in Rotary and watching how you care so much about public service and everything you give into that service club has inspired me as a new Rotary member to try to carry that work forward. And I look forward to filling your shoes with the Educational Foundation. And I just can't say enough. I spoke from the heart here, and you know, you think about putting some words together. But I knew that I'd be able to capture how I feel about you, and you are Mama Mia, and you are West County, and everybody will miss you.
Oh, just pass it. Photo baton.
So most of you don't know this, but I've known Mia since she was 9 years old and I was probably 12. And we were in 4-H together as little tiny tykes. And it was a real honor, I know, to be able to be a part of the team that hired Mia as our administrative assistant. And then also an honor to then be able to move her up to her current position as HR director. And gosh, it's just been so long that we've known each other and so long that you've been here in this district with me. And I just so appreciate everything she has done for us. And I just appreciate our friendship and how many, many years it's been. So thank you. And here's your beautiful certificate. And Mia, we all love you. Yeah.
I know I'm not gonna say I'm gonna miss you because I know I'm gonna see you all.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Thank you so much. It's been a great ride.
Don't forget the picture. Gotta get the picture.
Okay.
We'll do that. So we're just gonna take one more.
Okay.
Okay.
I also have a slideshow, but it's on the big screen over here. So everybody, if you want to see it, you kind of gotta move this way.
Okay, hope everybody got a cookie and we're good to go. We're on input from the public regarding items not on open agenda. Special agenda. Feels back. All right. Emily Locke. Hi, Emily.
Wow.
Is this on? Okay. Just here to do a quick FFA celebration update on what's been going on. So premier leadership, personal growth, and career success are the 3 parts of the FFA mission statement. And since the last time we met in March, our members have continued to embody all of these components. Over spring break, we took 14 current students and 3 graduates to the California State Leadership Conference in Sacramento, where we have students interviewing as top 3 finalists in the state for proficiency awards and scholarships. Students attended leadership sessions, career workshops, and demonstrations, and they got to visit with industry professionals and representatives from various colleges, universities, and trade schools. We want to give a special shout out to our principal, Mr. Chuck Wade, and our counselor, Henry Marisu, for attending the admin conference and engaging with our members and teachers throughout the trip. We hosted a community Easter egg hunt on April 13th on this campus, and we'd like to thank all of the community members who attended, as well as our members who volunteered their time to host the event. The FFA fabrication team has competed in additional contests and have built some really impressive items. The team's hard work has paid off with their high placings at every contest, and Heidi's going to talk more about that later. We hosted the Golden State Field Day on the first weekend of April. Our students also competed in various contests at this event. The job interview students won 4th and 5th, Spanish FFA Creed won 1st, fabrication teams won 2nd and 4th, and the livestock evaluation team won 2nd. Jesus Martinez Diaz won the reserve champion at the state Spanish FFA Creed speaking competition, and the livestock judging team competed in their last contest of the season at Fresno State. We rounded out our FFA supporter of sports nights last week at the AMLA baseball and softball senior night. This weekend, we're hosting the final plant sale as well as a pancake breakfast here at the El Reno campus. Pancakes will be from 8 to 11 and the plant sale will be open 8 to 12. I have some flyers that I'll leave with you all and maybe put over by the agendas. Lastly, we would also like to invite all of our district admin and the board of trustees to our annual FFA Spring Awards banquet. It will happen next Friday evening up here at the school farm. I'm going to follow up and email all of you with details and RSVP for that event. Thank you.
All right, Loretta for the Annalee Alumni Association report.
Hello. I would just like to report that our golf tournament was last Friday. Thank goodness it was not Saturday. And I want to thank a special thank you to Jeannie and to Lewis and to Mia, and Karen doesn't even know it, and to Karen for donating a prize for our auction. And I want to thank Chris Meredith for attending our dinner and our auction. And then I want to tell you that all the money that we earn goes towards projects on facilities. The last thing that we just paid for to be repaired was the girls softball scoreboard. And that's all taken care of. And so we wait for somebody to ask us again to fix something. The next thing that's on our agenda is next Wednesday? Oh gosh.
Yes.
Yeah, the fun just keeps going on. Next Wednesday, the teacher appreciation lunch that we're putting on it at the athletic field at Amley. I think we call it a lunch, but I think it's after school, and Mr. Meredith will send out invitations to all the faculty of both campuses. The other thing I want to say is your loss of Mia is our gain of Mia, because she now is helping with our Annalee Alumni Association. So you will be seeing more of her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Loretta. We appreciate it. Kari Hernandez.
Hi, I'm coming forward as a resident of Forestville, and I have about 6 points that have questions with them. I called your office and was told, could you just come down and talk to people, mention these? So I have some things that are questions, and I would love to know the best way to find the answers. So here I go. One, the tennis courts, the conditions, there's a lot of deferred care and maintenance. And not taking care of it is going to increase the total cost for future repair. I'd love to know if there's a budget for maintenance of the tennis courts, who's deciding it, and if and when it will be maintained. The county library. So how much, I'd love to know, transparency, how much are they being charged for that room over there? And I heard that they were offered this space, but that they couldn't afford it. And so I'd love it to not be an us, them, because I'd love to know how this board feels about it. As being a community and local resource, and what it would take to make this a viable library space for our community and county library. 3, funding. As a property taxpayer here, I'd love to know the bonds that I pay that were for El Molino High School. How are they being used now that the schools have been reconfigured? I'd love to know how I can see that and where there's transparency for the funding on that. Next point, tree trimming. The trucks that sit out there in that parking lot, I'd love to know, is there transparency in knowing if the company is paying to use that space? Is it solely an agreement that they're doing it for a trade to trim trees here? And again, is there public transparency for that exchange and what's going on? Love to know more about that. And then 5, when I walk around this campus, I live nearby, I say that it seems like there's a lot of deferred maintenance. It concerns me. This is a beautiful facility, and the more that maintenance is deferred, the more expensive it's going to be to repair. We all know that. Homeowners, take care of it now. So when I see drainage problems, foundation little cracks and this and that, I want to know. I know it's a reduced student body here. We're at 80 something, as I understand it, instead of the potential 600 that this was designed for. So there's a lot of space not being used here. I don't know what's going on as far as the maintenance. I'd love to know more. And the last thing is, as a community member, if there is space here, I would love to know what could happen if it could be re-envisioned where this could be a community space with a multi-use center that would include some sporting areas that the community could get involved in using while still having space for the high school and have a safety corridor so it was separated. But this is a beautiful facility and this community could really, really use something that would bring us out, give us a proper space to have athletic areas to use. And I just think it would be, there's just so much we could do with it. So I thank you for your time. Those are my questions. And I'd love to know how I could learn more about it.
Thank you so much. We can't comment on public comments, but if you email us your questions, we would be happy to answer them. We have answered most of those in previous board meetings, so we do have answers to your questions. You just need to email us and we will get back to you.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Emily, oh, yeah, oh, on the agenda, okay. Never mind, Emily, I'll call you when we get to that. All right, thank you. Okay.
We have one more for items not on the agenda.
Oh, if it's Kira, she's gonna pass. She was like, gonna be follow-up if I could get all my points out.
Okay. Consent calendar, can I have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
On the second,
I'll second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Actions on items heard in closed session. Tom.
I have nothing.
Okay, reports, student board representative. Harris.
All right, hi. So unfortunately, I will have to leave right after my report today because I'm heading into my 4th straight day of AP testing tomorrow. 4 in a row, pretty rough. And I have to get in some time for studying and more importantly for sleeping. With the school year drawing quickly to a close, we're looking forward to one of our most exciting months on campus. Last month, we held our prom at Turn 11 at the Sonoma Raceway. With hundreds of students in attendance and everyone having lots of fun, it was a successful event put on by the junior leadership class. Within the next couple of weeks, the leadership class will be creating a lot of exciting events for the end of the year. The sophomore class will host the last movie night of the year with the chosen movie to be announced shortly. Annually, seniors will celebrate the end of their time in high school at Senior Day Away, which will be held at Great America. On the Thursday before finals week, we'll be holding our annual Day on the Green, which will feature ice cream trucks, taco trucks, and inflatable water slides to provide students with a day of fun before they have to focus up the finals. While many of our spring sports teams have finished their seasons, we still have some athletes from across a wide variety of sports competing in postseason games. But whether or not their season is finished, all of our spring athletes will be honored at our spring sports awards night. The last event of the year is, of course, graduation, which will be held on the football field on June 6th. I'd like to finish my last board meeting by thanking you all for allowing me to fill this position for the past 2 years. Being able to represent the voices of my peers in both times of celebration and protest has been an incredible experience. Getting to observe the decision-making process and the structures that shape our high school experience is an opportunity that not every high school student gets. Next year, I will be attending UC Berkeley, and I am strongly considering changing my intended major to political science, due in large part to my experiences on the board. Thank you all for helping me through the process of getting acquainted with the board and the way it works, listening to what I've had to say, and being understanding when it came to conflicts with my busy schedule. And congratulations, Mia! You've been incredible to me throughout my entire time on the board, and I have endless appreciation for you. Once again, this has been an incredible experience, and I thank you all for allowing me to have it.
Thank you, Karis, and good luck. And if you ever run for anything, I know that we will all vote for you. Principal or? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just take your name, please.
Thank you.
Proof you survived. Principal report. Greg's going first, I'd say.
So my report's gonna be pretty brief tonight. So I just, you're gonna hear a lot about WASC tonight. I just got back from visiting from Stockton. But back in February, we hosted, which was probably the most unconventional WASC visit I've ever heard about. The visit started with the power going out at the hotel where we were meeting. School was canceled on the first day of the visit. But anyway, 3 months later, we finally received our accreditation officially. So we were awarded a 6-year accreditation through 2030 with a mid-cycle visit, with a 1-day mid-cycle visit and report. So we're very happy with the accreditation and the result. But really happy with the value we got out of that. We got some really great ideas that we're hoping to implement next year. So just truly valuable experience, and just wanted to update you that we did receive our accreditation there.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
We have had 5 students participating in the North Bay Construction Corps program. And it's, first off, I want to say thank you to Stacy Fortin. Through each year that I've been here, she sets up bringing them to campus to present to our kids. And every Saturday, they're out there learning skills like framing, operating heavy machinery, concrete. I really look forward to coming Mondays and checking up with those kids because they're so excited to talk about the things that they're doing. And so I just want to highlight the work that those kids are doing, and give a shout out to Stacy for setting that up. So some really, really good things happening there. About mid-April, we had an event with a group called Rise Together that they're based out of Wisconsin. And they were doing a big nationwide tour talking about substance use and misuse. And while not the most perhaps uplifting topic, it was something that was really, really valuable. We were able to get a grant through the county office to bring them in, and they did about an hour presentation and left us with a ton of resources for where students can reach out, how to help a friend in need, and those types of things. And really powerful event. And also I wanted to give a thank you to Randy over at Hanley for showing us how to properly set up PAC, which is really cool. So other than that, I just, wanted to thank Hanley administration, Coach Roan and Bridget. Our students participated in prom. Truly first class event, a terrific venue. It was incredible. So thank you for allowing us to join you there. And lastly, other than that, like I said, I got back from a WASC visit about an hour ago from Stockton, got an opportunity to check out another continuation school, and again, just going on these visits and seeing what other people are doing is really valuable. And thank you to Brenda Hoff for filling in for the last 3 days. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, that's huge.
Hey, Teacher Appreciation Week. I want to call out some of the amazing things I've witnessed ANLE teachers doing to provide exceptional experiences for our students. It feels a little bit risky to do because I know there's tons of stuff that I haven't seen. And there's so much going on the campus, but these things that I'm going to mention, I've actually experienced. I just want you to get sort of a flavor of some of the things teachers are doing with and for their students at ANLE. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some teacher leadership, about professional development, different ways that they've stepped up there. Teacher leadership around public-facing exhibitions of student learning. And teacher leadership around really rethinking what collaboration can look like on campus. So real quick, at our last faculty meeting, speaking of WASC, we had Ann Peterson and our WASC leadership team all wearing their matching ANLE WASC t-shirts, led staff through pretty interesting conversations about sort of areas of strength and areas of growth related to each of our WASC areas. I thought they did a tremendous job there. Yesterday, actually, our staff development time featured a field trip to the Student Services Center. So all of our teachers and staff went over there. We had interactive presentations, and including Matt Shubin, Rosanna Fikes, our outreach therapists, Ann Peterson, Jamie Malone, Jane Mays represented our academic support classes, and Sheila Richmond and her team represented the Wellness Center. And I think it was super successful in introducing our teachers to what that experience is like, what kinds of supports are available, and really give them a better idea of how to access those services on behalf of their students. Public facing exhibitions of student learning, there have been many here lately since last time we had one of these reports. Greg mentioned Stacy. I want to give her a shout out again. She's our work-based learning coordinator, worked closely with our media teacher, Randy Hall, and our English teacher, Seth Gleckman, to put on the only in West County video production out of the Rialto Theater. Second year of that film festival. I'll give a shout out to Christy Calson, who was involved in making that happen also. Trisha Maxon coordinated the AP Research capstone panels last month. Students presented their AP capstone projects to community members. Some of these were extraordinarily impressive presentations of original student research. Really high quality, impressed with those. I know I've seen some of you at the Spring Spectrum Dance Show. Jolene Johnson and her students put on that show. Was that last week? I think it was last week. Another extremely high quality event that featured student choreography and performance. FFA competition on this campus in April around fabrication, public speaking. Heidi, Emily, and Courtney, our fabulous ag team, put that on. There were other counselors and teachers there as well, including, I know, Omar Cortez and Jared Brown were judging some of the student speeches. Speaking of our CTE team, the Spark the Future event put on by the Sonoma County Career Technical Education Foundation was once again dominated by the ANLE culinary team, won that competition second year in a row. It's kind of a big deal, actually, because there's a sizable donation to the program, but also small investment accounts given to each of the students involved, which is, I think, a really great learning opportunity for them. So that was led by Chef May and Sarah Piccolo. I also want to give a lot of credit to Clay Pafford's woodshop students and program. They were there with a number of items that they were intending to sell, but many of them sold anyway. Which is pretty cool. They also had a boat built out of a single sheet of plywood. We're on some more of those right now. By the way, speaking of things for sale, and maybe Heidi's gonna talk about this later, but lots of really exciting student enterprise stuff coming up from our CTE students, and you'll all have opportunities to bid on those. So I'm excited about that. Ari Stur, our new ceramics teacher, has been positively transforming the garden space outside of the E building. It's looking fantastic. And she has a plan for earthwork furniture out there that is starting to come into resolution. You can sort of tell those things that looked like earth mounds a couple days ago now look like chairs. It's kind of cool. And with respect to teacher leadership around really reimagining high quality collaboration on behalf of our students, there are so many instances of positive teacher collaboration this time of year. Hard to even keep up with. My favorite recently, again, between Sarah Piccolo's culinary classes and Alma Roman Diaz and her Spanish for Spanish speakers class, they made pupusas the other day and they were knockout. I want to give a shout out also to the teacher volunteers who will be piloting integrated cohorts of students next year in 9th, 11th, and 12th grades. These include Jason Carpenter, Ari Stur, Blake Leibovitz, Paige Greco, Henry Atherley, Melissa McLaughlin, Lily Borgson, Nick Stoll, and Sarah Piccolo. I want to say that I really admire their willingness to try something new on behalf of our students, and I can't wait to see what they learn about how to improve our students' feeling of belonging at Annalee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And association reports. You? I don't see. I don't see Spence.
I'll go first. It's not your time. Okay, great. So my name is Julie McClelland and I'm representing the CSCA chapter. So dear board members, admin and community members, we're happy to report that our negotiations with the district are positive, collaborative, and very productive, resulting in a historic increase for our members, as well as many improvements and modernization within our contract. Our members voted to ratify our new agreement with the district for the 24-25 year. So thank you. We're happy to report that we are currently making plans to send delegates to the CSCA annual convention this summer for the first time in several years following the pandemic. And it got moved like 3 times. So the sign-up's a little later than usual. It'll be at the end of July. Our members are wrapping up their work for the school year and are looking forward to the summer break. Well, some of us. Our membership covers a wide range of duties, so we thought it'd be interesting to know what types of activities we complete at the end of each school year. We're seen as a big group, but we really each do such different things. So the custodians and grounds folks are sprucing up the campus, plus setting up and tearing down for all the special year-end events and graduation activities. The registrar is completing the AP testing season, Terrace is experiencing, and then diplomas. The SB clerk is closing down the books for this year, preparing budgets and working with staff for beginning of next year's supplies, helping hand out the yearbooks and doing senior events. The librarian collects and checks in textbooks, class texts, library books, which then includes book repairs, plus calculators and cameras, a lot of different things. Food service workers are finalizing the year and getting ready for summer school. Office folks, graduation. Prep, fielding so many phone calls and questions from students and parents, finalizing paperwork, collecting fees, clearing out files, and data to prepare for registration in next fall. The para educators are helping students and teachers finish the school year strong in each class. Consortium and behaviorist employees are working with students needing extra help during the busy end of the year activities. Campus supervisors are attempting to rein in the students who are greatly anticipating summer vacation and they're then working security for prom and graduation. College and Career Center is finalizing senior survey information, helping with both senior awards night and underclassmen awards night. Fielding FAFSA, Center of the JC, and college questions for seniors. Therapists are working with students all the way up to the very end of the school year. We're looking forward to seeing you on campus for these various end of the year activities. Please check the school calendars for times, dates, and locations of the upcoming events so you can participate. Thank you.
We're gonna hear from teachers. I know Lily couldn't make it, so we're on to board reports. Debbie.
Did you want to talk about, the items first, the senior awards scholarship? Or go right here. There's some items on here. The senior awards. do you want to
Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
over that
Okay,
first?
yeah, I'm just supposed to, I was gonna do it when they got to me, but that's
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I'm just supposed to announce that senior awards and scholarships are in Annalee High School Theater Wednesday, May 21st. From 5:30 to 7:30 PM. And graduations are at Laguna High School, June 6, 2024, 10 AM. And Annalee High School graduation, June 6, 2024 at 5:30 PM. Go ahead.
So I had a couple of opportunities to be on campus recently, and it was really very satisfying to meet students. The first thing that I did was attend mock interviews as an interviewer in Ann Peterson's class. And I had, she provided us with some basic questions you could go from and then ad lib from there. And I met with 4 different students and just got to really learn a lot about what motivates them, what they're interested in doing moving forward. They ranged, I think, from 10th grade to, I think they were 10th and 11th grade, maybe they were seniors, and different backgrounds. So all of them had put together really amazing resumes, which I thought was neat because I have 2 kids, and when they went out for their first jobs, they're like, how am I gonna make a resume? I've never had a job before. And so these kids, I really appreciated that they had that experience, and their resumes looked really good. They were skill-based, and I wanted to hire a few of them. And then Jeannie and I, on Tuesday, met with students during tutorial and then again at lunchtime to go over the agenda, something that had been asked for a while from students, and we had trouble getting it on the calendar. You know, sort of a prototype, I think, because this was a really big agenda. It's the end of the year. The students are really busy with APs and wrapping up the year, but it was a really nice prototype, and I'd like you all to consider doing sessions like that. We could do more than one or rotate, but think about that for in the fall when the students come back on campus, if you might want to make some time to, you know, just go through the agenda and help students understand how we do business here. It's not always that easy for them to come out at night and watch this whole process. I wasn't able to go to the Only in West County because it was our last board meeting, but then there was a reprise, and I was able to see it here at the Performing Arts Center, and I really enjoyed it. Some of the films at the end were flashbacks to previous years, and it was just, and I think one of them has won some awards. Did I see that? Did the district? Yeah. And I remember that from when it was done originally, I think last year, and it was really a very moving piece. We had our LCAP meeting. I think there's still 2 more, and one of the things that I learned that's coming out of that is that we're going to be adding an additional family engagement coordinator. So I think that can be really helpful to address some of the issues that have been identified. And that will also be looking at utilizing more restorative practices, and I'll look forward to hearing more about how that's gonna roll out. I went to a couple of workshops at SCO, one presentation, and then one was a workshop on inclusion, and learned about a program called Welcoming Schools, and they're currently doing train the trainer sessions throughout Sonoma County, and then teams from those train the trainer sessions can come and meet with teams that school sites put together. So Welcoming Schools, if that's not on your radar yet, I would recommend looking it up online and learning about the program. It looks like it could be really helpful for all of our area schools. And then, you know, just some feedback I'm hearing from people. Like, I think it would be really great to come up with ways to increase community engagement during, you know, the student agenda review. None of them even knew what the LCAP was. They hadn't been invited to be a part of it. So I think, you know, moving forward, getting some more of the information about how we make decisions here, and, you know, how to be involved in site council, so that there was one student in the room who was on site council and had been recommended, but other students hadn't heard that it was a possibility. So I think it would be really great if some of these opportunities were made more public amongst the student body. And that is all I have.
Great, thanks.
Jeannie.
Yeah. So I had the honor, and I consider it an honor because it's really amazing listening to articulate young humans give speeches without, in most cases, note cards or anything like that. But I was able to participate in the FFA judging speech contest. And what I found really interesting is that our region in FFA consists of schools from Half Moon Bay all the way up to Eureka. And I mean, we're talking about a big area, and they all were here. And I was so impressed. And these young people are so articulate and knowledgeable. They, you know, they get to, I listen to them give speeches on a subject of their choice, and the things they chose to talk about were so interesting. I think I asked each one of them why they chose that subject. But very, very, very interesting. And again, an honor to witness that. I also participated in the AP Research capstone presentations with Tricia Maxson and her group of very intelligent young people. I got to sit with Chuck. We listened to a young man, and I don't even think I can give you an idea of what he spoke about, because I sat there kind of like in awe, but very intelligent and, again, articulate, quite amazing. We have some brilliant kids in our school, just so you know that. And then again, you heard Debbie talk about the fact that we joined Miss Ambrose's class, and I'm sorry, I couldn't make the afternoon session because I had to take care of a grandbaby who needed a nap. So that was that's what I did, but it was a busy month for sure. Thank you.
John?
Okay. I'll pass.
You passed, but you went to a wonderful dance.
I know because I was there too.
The dance program here is really amazing, and it's a great example of ways that we're just attracting high caliber students from all over this area. But it's more than a class, it's a program, and it's students doing choreography and dancing and advancing through a number of levels of skill and commitment, and it's a wonderful thing.
Perfect. I went to the dance production also, and got to see a few of my former kindergartners, and I was really happy to see all those renditions of the hokey pokey that I made off. And just the other thing I wanted to say, kind of cool, Sebastopol Living Magazine wants to do an article on the closet that we have both at Annalee and Laguna. So hopefully in the future, we'll look forward to seeing that. And then also, when I was announcing the awards, I neglected to say the underclassmen class awards are on the 25th at 5:30 in the quad. So we have those and senior awards again, Wednesday, May 21st.
Let me just correct you real quick. I'm sorry, the senior awards are on Tuesday, the 21st at 5:30. And the underclassmen are on Wednesday, the 22nd.
Well, I'm glad you corrected me because I'm supposed to go to that.
Sorry, Julie was kind enough to come over and correct the dates and I just.
You want to say them again?
Yes, it is Tuesday, the 21st are the senior awards in the theater from 5:30 to 7:30.
Okay.
Wednesday, the 22nd is the underclass awards, also in the theater, also 5:30 to 7:30, so it's back to back.
Okay. Graduation's still the same though.
Graduation is still the same, yes, Thursday.
Okay, so then graduations again, at Laguna High School is June 6th at 10 a.m. and Annalee High School, June 6th at 5:30. And that's all I have. Superintendent Meredith.
Yeah, so a few things that I'll, reiterate that we heard from some of our other folks is, I too attended the Spark event. It was amazing, Spark Future event at the CT Foundation of Sonoma County. It was really cool to see the students led by Chef May, Sarah Piccolo, and Clay Pappard put forth their exhibits, and then obviously Mr. Wayne already acknowledged it. Second year in a row. Was able to go with Mr. Wade and Heidi joined us as well. We had a really, really amazing time watching our students do what they do. As you know, I'm a member of the boards, councils myself, and sometimes I forget to give you updates with regard to what's happening there. And I thought this was a good opportunity. This is my third board meeting of the day. I sat on 2 councils this morning, and sometimes when it's time for a motion after 2 board meetings, I'm ready to go. So moved tonight. But the first council meeting that I attended this week was the SELPA. So I sit on the Superintendent's Council for the SELPA, which is the governance structure for special education in the county, if you're not familiar. And one of the things I'd like to note is I was really excited to hear about an expanding deaf and hard of hearing program through Hidden Valley. It's the Hidden Valley Regional Deaf and Hard of Hearing Program. And there just aren't enough programs locally to support the number of students that have really profound hearing needs. I learned that many students are coming into California from other countries as families seek the care that those students need. And I was really, really excited to hear that the program is developing with a vision of opening a high school program on the Santa Rosa High School campus for 24-25. And it was really, really interesting. And the teacher who presented was amazing. So just awesome to see that those resources are coming together in the county to support students with significant disabilities. The second council that I sit on is the West Sonoma County Consortium, obviously. And we had our meeting this morning, and I wanted to give the board and kind of an update for the community as well, in that the council has made a priority to establish a vision and work with our new director, whose employment will be approved by the board this evening. And we're really excited about this person coming into our district. We had to endure relocating 2 of our classrooms from Sebastopol Union to Forestville. That's been really difficult for those families and those students and teachers alike. And I want to thank Mia for also assisting in bringing the consortium teachers together, and our chair, Matthew Morgan, who's the superintendent principal out of Harmony, for really rallying around this program and these students. It's truly a service to our community. So we've got some plans in terms of construction to ensure that the Forestville campus is appropriately outfitted for our students. And we really look forward to developing a long-term vision with sustainable facilities for these programs. The third council that I sit on is the West Sonoma County Transportation Agency. And we're a JPA, and something that came out of our meeting this morning, the council voted to give the director authorization to move forward with the purchasing of 4 new EV vans. And the next iteration of our plan to electrify that fleet is for Chad to put an application for the state to provide funding to start electrifying our full-size buses. So that's in the works. There were some complications with regard to who qualifies. And I really appreciate Chad's effort in terms of getting more information, pushing back on some of that restrictive language, because the West County Transportation Agency serves Santa Rosa City Schools, Cotati Runner Park, obviously all of our feeder districts, Roseland, and the list goes on. We're really a group trying to ensure that those transportation needs are being met, and obviously with the state of the climate and the value in looking to electrify our fleets. I was really happy to hear that today, and we unanimously voted to give Chad authorization to purchase those 4 buses. And the new lot is already set up with 5 charging stations with the capacity to add 2. So that was pretty cool, and I wanted to share that with you. And sometimes I forget, that I understand the responsibilities of being on a governing body in terms of that commitment. And
Are they getting vans?
yeah, so the vans that are currently 2016, those are the oldest in the fleet. They have a few that are 2016, 2017 and 2018, if I remember correctly. 2 are getting ready to age out. Those 2016 have over 100,000 miles, and they're just about ready to be serviced out. So the timing is right.
Maybe Greg needs one.
Greg needs one.
What's up? And the plan for the 3 is to have 3 en route and 1 on reserve. If we would have authorized 2, we would only have 1 en route and 1 on reserve, so it was a no-brainer. So I wanted to share that with you all. Obviously, Greg announced this, but we're really, really proud of the efforts of Greg and his staff in earning a 6-year WASP accreditation. That is amazing, and I want to thank Greg for now his 2nd visit. And when you go out and you participate on a visiting WASP committee, I think it really helps you to come back, lead your staff, make some informed decisions in terms of putting your best foot forward. I also want to thank Mia, Jenny, and Andrew for joining me when we visited with the WASP chair to talk on behalf of the district on vision. So great work, Greg, great work Laguna staff, and we're excited about that. As an active member of the Rotary Club of Sebastopol, I was honored to be a guest speaker for the 2nd year in a row at the Rotary Overcoming Obstacles event. And it's a touching event, and I'm really, really proud of the students that were recognized and awarded scholarships. And those that are invited to be guest speakers speak on behalf of some of the obstacles that they overcame in their lives. So it was an emotional day, and I want to thank all of the staff that came to support their students and supported their students through that application process. The Annalee Golf Tournament dinner was amazing. Obviously, I can't play golf because I've got a full-time job. But the tournament was awesome. My wife and I were able to get out and have a date night for the first time in a long time. In-laws watched the little one, but we had a chance to talk with a lot of alumni and current staff, and it was really cool. And we bid on a couple things that we saw right away. An Annalee clock that was fabricated with a laser cutter made from the top of a wine barrel, and we were fortunate to win that. But even cooler was a custom mailbox that kind of had the integrity of the local art that you see in Sebastopol. And come to find out, we won that. It's going to be, baby Aubrey's birdhouse that she goes up. But it was one of Jeannie's classmates who handcrafted that. So I thought that was really, really cute. I want to thank Loretta and the alumni for agreeing to support Staff Appreciation Day next Wednesday and extend Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our amazing educators. And we hope to see you all next week on Wednesday. And not so great news, but I wanted to share this, and this was someone that Mia knew for a long time. The former El Molino and Annalee librarian Miriam Larum passed away in April. And she had a long, successful career as a librarian at our high schools from 1974 through 1990. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, everybody, very much. And we are on facilities, maintenance and technology. Jenny, Measure 8.1 and budget project updates. Julie's favorite.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted, so I know we had a public speaker tonight, talk about transparency with the bonds and where they can find information. Thought I would take this moment to share the fact that we have a bond measure website, and that can be found on the district website in the menu under facilities, and it details out our entire bond program right now with projects that the board has prioritized. Also, within that document, on our website, you can click on the project status. And that's the report that you guys get from me monthly. And that project status report basically walks through everything that I'm doing to manage everything from the design through bidding, through construction administration of all of these projects. And so I'm just going to quickly walk through what you guys have heard for months and months and months. Annalee High School main building MPOC project that's been awarded. As you know, we've been walking sites the past 2 weeks with contractors going in and out of every single classroom, because while we have construction documents, what's actually in the real world is a little bit different. So we're trying to get ahead of any of the complications that we might have with a 100-plus-year-old building and running conduit or condensation lines. We're trying to get ahead of that so we are problem solving now, so that when we hit the ground running, we'll be ready to deal with that. So the site has been really welcoming to having contractors on site, seeing lots of people and lots of activity. The small gym at Annalee is currently still in DSA. We do not anticipate this being a project or a viable project for the summer. This is an HVAC and roofing project along with residing the building. Annalee High School cafeteria roofing and HVAC. We did receive DSA approval. We've spoken with Wright Contracting, who's the same contractor as the main building. We believe this is a viable project. We've started the bidding process, and we had about 15 to 20 contractors on site yesterday walking that job. And so that's exciting news. Wood shop slash industrial arts building, roofing and HVAC also. We believe this is a viable project. We've started the bidding process, and that will be a summer project for this year. Main gym is not out of DSA yet. That's the HVAC and roofing project. We do not anticipate this being a summer project, but a next summer project. East Wing HVAC and roofing, it also received DSA approval. We do believe it is a viable project. We're actively in the bidding process. Again, we're bidding all 3 of those projects to the same contractor. You've already awarded it to Wright. They're just going through that guaranteed maximum price process that we're required to do. And that'll come to you at the first meeting in June. And we've already talked to vendors. We know that we can secure the equipment. We know that we can get the materials for the roofing. So we will have a very, very active campus this year with 4 buildings under construction. Door and security locks, it's kind of on pause while we are in some of the design processes for the projects that we'll be presenting to you at the second board meeting in June. Just as we want to make sure we're making a concerted effort to do certain things. So we might be looking at just a lock replacement and then upgrading to smarter locks as we fully modernize buildings. But it's in process. We just have a lot going on. The new CTE classroom building, we're at 50% complete construction documents. We will be prepared to submit to DSA at the end of June. We will be presenting a full renderings to you at the first meeting in June with all the color boards, all the fun stuff. It's really exciting to see that. Hopefully we can get our community really excited. So I'm really pleased to bring that forward at the first meeting in June. Tonight you'll have on the agenda an architect approval for adding what we call temporary housing. And we'll call it temporary permanent because we'll likely be keeping these portables on campus for multiple iterations of future modernizations to facilities that you guys have authorized us to move forward with projects. So, I look forward to starting that. The goal would be to get them on as soon as humanly possible, which we're looking at the likely second semester of, next school year. Forestville, building F is currently in design. That's for HVAC and roofing. Forestville gym building HVAC, you approved tonight on the consent calendar, a contract with Strata for them to design a replacement in kind of that boiler. We'll be looking to start that bidding process as soon as the drawings are done, which is probably in the next couple of weeks. So that is likely a viable summer start of school year project, and probably won't affect too many people as we won't need the heat in that building probably until later in the winter. Sunset Tap project, this is exciting news to report. We received information from the city via a bill. Via a bill. You guys approved our commitment of contributing $20,000 towards the enhancement project. That's the crosswalk between the Student Services Center, also known as the Old Laguna campus, to the main campus. They have awarded that contract to a contractor. They are in the contracts phase. They hope to have a pre-construction meeting in the next couple of weeks and start that project by the end of May, with completion being on or around or close to school. So we look forward to having and being part of their construction process. As if they start construction prior to the end of our school year, there's gonna be a little bit of complexities there. So we just want to understand what they're doing, Annalee Stadium repairs, along with Annalee main gym modernization, East Wing modernization, along with classrooms L1 and L2, and Annalee cafeteria kitchen modernization. We've completed the schematic designs for all of those. We'll be presenting our final drafts to you along with the revised budgets based on the schematic design at the second board meeting in June. We're looking forward to showing you what all those teams have discussed. Annalee High School E-rate project, you guys approved that at the last board meeting. We still haven't gotten our funding from the state, but we're anticipating that at any point. As soon as that is approved at the state level, we will proceed forward because you've authorized us to go into a contract with them. Laguna signage, we're currently having conversations with the vendor that we've selected to work with. It's a lot of going back and forth. It's a really busy time of year. But our focus will be on a double-sided marquee. We'll be relocating the existing marquee closer to the street so you can view it from both sides. And we'll also be doing some murals and decals around campus along with some building lettering. And last but not least, we do have over summer, that's not a bond related project, but we have some maintenance related projects. And I know that the painting and or cleaning up of the main building lockers is a high priority. There's some complexities with regard to painting it because of it's baked on metal. So we're working with painting contractors to investigate the best way to approach that, whether we're cleaning off the peeling paint and just kind of making it all look one color, or if it is a possibility for us to paint over it. The last thing we want to do is paint those lockers and have them chip away again. So just trying to really problem solve that so it looks good. Also want to just remind everybody that we do also have other tabs on our project update sheets that update our budget. We have the bidding schedule, and we also have our list of completed projects. So we really do try to keep this transparent and do really try to present both to our board and our community at every board meeting. And I really thank you for the opportunity to do that. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
I do. The small gym, is that the real leaky one?
The small gym is the one that does leak, but it is not a roof leak. They are HVAC leaks through wind-driven rain. And so when those HVAC units are replaced, they will be corrected there. It's a poor design, and there's not much I can do to stop it because I can't put anything over it. Otherwise, it's flammable.
Okay, so Well, I guess my concern is, maybe we could come up with a plan of how to handle that when we do have storms and it leaks, of how we can get that taken care of, cleaned up for students and teachers.
We certainly do our best to address that. Our custodial staff is on their route. It's never perfect. If we're having a pretty big storm, our custodial staff is usually running around campus dealing with a ton of things. And the gym is a high priority for us to address. I realized the concerns of the staff there, and I wish DSA was a lot faster in their review process, because this would have been a great project to have completed over summer. There are some options if we do get out of DSA in the next couple of months for us to replace the units. We can crane the units on and then crane them back off to re-roof after school is out. So we'll be looking at the best way to handle that. I wish I had better answers for you.
Yeah, I do too. I'm just, concerned about all the time that was spent having to have the, teachers clean the leaking roof. And if there was some way we could deal with that a little bit more effectively, that would be super great. Also the Laguna signage, I was a little confused about what you said, all that was going to happen. And is the board going to be able to see that, plans for that before it goes up? It was a little bit more than I had thought was going to happen.
I can certainly try to produce renderings. That'll probably happen sometime in June. I wasn't planning on having it much more than anything than just a standard base with a double-sided marquee, and the marquee would basically stay pretty blank, other than what you programmed in on it. The decal would be reflective of the decals that Greg created with BSM.
Yeah, business.
BSM, we can put those in various locations. We would be working with a muralist to do something kind of reflective of the rhino and the Luna signage, and then some lettering.
What about the teachers? Do they get put into that?
I would be happy. I don't want to have anything to do with creating the content.
Yeah.
That is not my forte. I'm working with the vendor specific on the marquee right now, and it will be a duplication of the decals that they currently have.
And Greg and Jenny and I met, and we walked the campus with Bruce. I know that Greg has talked to his staff a little bit, and I'm sure he's going to continue to do that. The decals that, Greg had created and kind of rebranded, that when you walk in the office, if we do decals, and I've talked to Jenny about this, that's probably what would be decal form. Lettering, hard lettering would go up on the library. Murals would be, Laguna High School in print fonts, with nothing really super fancy that way. But I know Jenny had some ideas and thoughts on how we could, recreate that branding in different places of the campus. And if they were lower in spaces where vandalism might be a problem, that's why the vendor had suggested that decals could be an option. So I let Jenny know I prefer paint, but I do understand that cost and potential to have to replace, you might want to consider some decals. So we'd like to move this forward as quickly as possible so that it's ready when the students return for school in August. But I would be able to share some renderings with you all in my Soups Up report, just to get a preview and a peek, and then give Jenny the green light once the vendors are dialed in and ready to go. And she's been on it. I just know that this time of year, some of these vendors are backed up with orders that maybe came in earlier in the year.
Why don't you put it in the Soups Up?
Yes.
Just give us a quick look at it.
And then we'll make sure to share them with Greg so that he can share them with his staff.
That would be great.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you, Jenny.
Any other questions? Jeannie?
Something that I noticed, Judy, and I've noticed it before and thought I mentioned it, but maybe I didn't. It's on the east wing, as you're walking down the hill and you look at the east wing, the fascia board, across the fascia board.
That'll be replaced with the HVAC and roofing
Oh,
project
thank God, it is so.
on all the buildings.
It's very unsightly because it's just all this peeling paint, so, yeah, because it's not welcoming, so, thank you.
Yeah, those are the little things. Also, the reason small gym's taking a little bit longer is that we have included some interior work and the replacement of the floor in there. Because of all the leaking from inside the building, so we are capturing some additional scope to address some longstanding issues that could not be addressed due to the design of the HVAC unit.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Consideration of approval of a joint use lease agreement with Maker Education Initiative for lease of certain Laguna High School facilities pursuant to Education Code Section 175.7 ETSEQ joint use statute. Chris, is that you? Okay.
Okay, so, you've heard a little bit about the backstory and what's led us to this, proposed lease agreement. Back in November of 2022, we were discussing use of this campus and, you know, the impact on, declining enrollment and enrollment where students, West County students had sought non-comprehensive school placements. So the board gave me the authorization to develop a design team and start working with community members, current staff, parents of current and former Alphalino students. It was a well-represented group and one of the members of the group is Dale Daugherty. Through those conversations, we scoped you know, the potential for a new educational program, but also ways that we could further the use of this campus as a community hub of resources. And I think this is timely, as we heard during public comment, questions around how we could further utilize this amazing campus. The partnership with the library, right? That's amazing. That's a hub, that's a community resource. The lease agreement that we have in place with Parks and Rec helps to provide that service for the greater community and provided space for those kind of public service partners. Most notably, our partnership with the West County Health. We have clinicians on campus. They provide, you know, direct service for our students. And again, that's part of building a hub of community resources. So through those conversations, it led us to the idea of developing a makerspace on this campus in the facilities earmarked in this lease agreement. Because the district is motivated, and you'll learn more about an update regarding our community school planning process as we prepare to write a grant, we're motivated to launch a non-comprehensive education program. But more than that, we also see an opportunity for the community to benefit from the facilities here and from some expertise in the area of project-based learning and under the umbrella of Maker Education, which is very dynamic and very vast, depending on the type of maker you bring in. I think the saying goes is we are all makers in one way or another. So that's just reminding you of the backstory of this proposed lease agreement. Dale presented his vision and provided a proposal to me in January. I remember receiving it when I was in the hospital with Aubrey. And I said, this is great. We've got to discuss this. We've got to formulate some time to get you in front of the board to present your vision. And thought partnered that with the other folks that have been a part of the design team. So Dale presented to you on March 13th. So for the past few weeks, months, month and a half, we've been working with OHH, who manages a lot of it and assists with a lot of our facilities projects, to draft this lease agreement for the scope of the future use and encompass the potential that we see available to us. Now, OHH is here with us on the Zoom in case there are specific questions. I'd also like to note that and thank some folks that I see here, Heidi Mickelson, Emily Laka, and Courtney King, for taking some time to meet with me, because obviously the scope of use would include the potential to use the woodshop area, which I want to shout out to the team, that they've done a great job of building that out and outfitting that as our AgNet classroom. So we understand and acknowledge that that is the priority with regard to current programs. And so that was the first of what I think are going to be multiple meetings to engage them in discussions about what the future could look like. As obviously AgNet will continue to be here until we open doors on the new CTE facility, which we're all really excited about. So without further ado, I just wanted to kind of provide that backstory, what's led us here today. This lease agreement has been vetted. Want to make sure that there are any specific questions that we might have attorneys here to answer. And Jenny, if you'd like to add anything to that, feel free.
I would just like to add that this mirrors our other leases that we have. While it might look different in parts as it relates to educational pieces, where others have just been a pure lease. The maintenance and custodial and all of the intricate parts mirror what our other leases look like with Sonoma County Regional Parks, the preschool, as well as the library. So we wanted to make sure that the language aligned and was common so that we have the same framework for how we deal with maintenance, repairs, and or what we would call tenant improvements. Just wanted to call that out because it's important that we're not dealing with different language and different lease agreements. Otherwise, yes, I work with Chris and with Dale and OHH, and we have a really nice lease in front of us.
And Dale's also here to answer any questions if they're specifically pertaining to them. The lease agreement, I just want to acknowledge that it provides us the potential for the future and the vision. And we're going to have to start small and start slow. And what we see as the immediate priorities are, should the board approve the lease agreement, Dale through in-kind service has offered graciously to purchase equipment to build out the former art space, which we see as the design space of the makerspace. We've earmarked the entire building in the lease agreement. There are unused spaces that we could see value and potential for the future. What was formerly the photography lab, storage areas, obviously the art space, which I would conceptualize as the design space with fabrication tools, opportunities for kids to and adults alike to utilize different forms of making, whether it be artistic or in the digital fabrication realm, laser cutters. We see the foyer walking in and the classroom to the right as the design thinking space, flat screen TV, the L counter could potentially have 3D printers and small CNC routers and an area for students to gather and put, things from mind to hand and start kind of conceptualizing things they might want to build or design. Obviously, this is separate from what will be an educational program, and Dale's referring to it as a maker hub. The idea is to have, through his 503C, membership process and vetted community members that go through that process and pay a membership fee to have access and utilize the space. Those were things that we talked about with our attorneys and how that would potentially work. And the finer details still need to be ironed out, right? The scope of the lease agreement gives us the potential for what we see in the future and what Dale presented to you as the vision on March 13th. So giving him access to the space, letting him build out the space that's not being utilized by our current programs would be the priority while we continue to work with our ag team in terms of how a shared space could work and benefit their program, not be a burden to the program. That is a priority for us. And then obviously into the future, and Dale described this in his presentation, the ability for the community to come in and have a tool library for people that want to build and don't have access to specific tools or machines. We would have a process for them to utilize that. Dale's committed to looking at building staffing capacity so that burden wouldn't fall on our staff, finding an expert in the field that could manage the space during hours outside of the school day to provide the community access, checking out tools, maybe using the tools in the facility. But even further than that, providing opportunities that could benefit the students of West County. creating an AI class, a robotics camp, helping us develop our summer programs. There could be an educational component to some maker initiatives that could be credit-based or enrichment-based. We see this adding value to our feeder school districts. Forestville's right down the hill. I've talked to Matt Dunkel. We would bring your kids up. They have access to come in with somebody in the facility that can help the teachers, utilize their content and integrate it in project-based learning. So the vision is vast. We're gonna start small. I think the potential to do amazing things is there. And again, that's all laid out in this agreement, what we can do. And what we will do is start slow, work together as a team, chip away at it and build something great together.
Question?
Yeah.
I just have one comment. I think it sounds great and potential is awesome. I would just like to really encourage developing those processes on how to share space. Because I could see that could be, an issue. So if we have tight processes of how to share space, how to make sure that our programs, work together instead of against each other is super important. And I would encourage you to take the time in order to work with the staff in order to do that. Any other questions or concerns from the board? Jeannie?
I don't particularly have a question. I just would like to comment that I know this is something that we've been looking at quite some time, and I'm really glad to see it come to a bit of a fruition because it gives us another direction for our community. It gives our another direction for this campus so that we can utilize some of these spaces. We heard it tonight in one of the questions from one of our community members, and makes this available. I've had the pleasure of being part of the Maker program years ago with a company that I worked with and participating in one of their Maker fairs. And Dale has a plethora of insight and information and background. And I think that's where we are lucky that he's in our front yard and that he's one of ours, because he's the one that started this whole Maker process. And here he is in our community. And I think it's such a blessing for our school district that he's willing to work with us and to help us, give us this space and give our community this space. And I think it's extremely, I think we're extremely lucky, and I think it's very special. So I think it's a great, and I do agree with Julie though, and what you said, Chris, is that we just have to really be careful with the shared space and be sure that our staff are heard and are feeling like they understand the processes, and that, and I know Dale, and I've known Dale for a long time, and I know that he will work with the staff very well to make sure that there's continuity without confusion.
Any other questions or concerns?
I do have a question. Is there not enough space for both ag and the makerspace without sharing?
I wouldn't say that it's not that there's not enough space, but the vision to utilize, construction tools and woodshop tools, that's dedicated on the left side, and Heidi and the team have done an amazing job of really making that space usable for consolidation. So we want to be sure to work with them in terms of their non-negotiables and some of the complexities and concerns they brought to my attention. Again, the primary focus is going to be to work on the side that they're not using and getting that up and running before we look at the potential to utilize the woodshop area. And I've also got some ideas that I want to talk with Dale about is, how can we really work around that for the next 2 years before our new facility is in place. And we still see this campus as being part of the ag facility long-term. We've got our farm, we've got our barns, the program is amazing. And this is still always gonna hold space for our ag program teachers and students. So those discussions need to happen. And, you know, I'm committed, and I told the team that we'll sit down with Dale here in the near future and kind of scope that out and give them an opportunity to ask specific questions of Dale and how he could see us work together. I know that one of the things I heard was, you know, because it's gonna take time for the ag team to look at the equipment and kind of develop what they need from us. Their request was, maybe we don't use the wood shop for the first semester of next year. And I'm open to all of the suggestions that the team proposed to me in our meeting this week, and also working with Dale to make sure that, you know, the priorities are current program while we build on the vision of how the community have access to this. So there's potential to look at bringing in shop equipment on the other side in town. So electrical work, I mean, there's a lot of different options. So I think that we needed to build the lease agreement with its full capacity to kind of fulfill the vision. It's a 5-year lease agreement. We can amend it at any time as things come up. And we are building the plane as we fly it. But, you know, the first steps are gonna be letting Dale get kind of working in the areas that aren't gonna conflict with the ag program. And then pertaining to anything that might impact the vision, we're gonna have those meetings right away.
I guess my opinion is that, I mean, the makerspace sounds amazing. But maybe it's lack of imagination on my part, but I'm having a little trouble imagining how the two, the both could share the same space.
Well, they would never share the same space during the school day. Is that what you're?
Well, yeah, I guess maybe that I just don't have all the information.
Yeah.
If it's, I wouldn't want anything to be at the expense of our ag.
Right, and I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So this program, you've made it clear that it's separate from our academic program, that there's some vision in the future that the academic program could use it, but for now it's a separate program.
Well, the Laguna program could use it right away. It's separate from our vision of building a new academic.
Okay, but so students could come during the class day and use it?
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially, but we haven't worked out those details yet, that's still. And you did speak to this a bit, that there's going to be a membership fee. So we did have this community member here earlier saying, you know, we, the community, own this beautiful facility. How can we, you know, update it and make it something that we all can use? And it gives me a little bit of pause to say, well, we're gonna rent out this space to this nonprofit, and it's gonna be available to the community, but you have to pay.
Well, Debbie, I think that that's a fair concern, but I think that with a space like this, there are consumable resources and staffing that we can't expect Dale to sustain an in-kind service. So I think Dale could better speak to his vision, because again, those finer details hadn't been ironed out. And every community makerspace that has been around in Sonoma County, from Studio 180 to even the place here in Sebastopol, because of the nature of consumable material, staffing, utilities, and so forth. So I think that, you know, we're willing to work with Dale on that and see what his vision is.
And I do understand that a program like this, it can't operate without funding. My concern, though, is that this is a taxpayer-owned facility, and we're saying, well, you know, we're saying, oh, somebody asked for something to be here, and we're making an assumption from a very small group of people that this is what the community wants. I love the idea of it. I would use it. I'm sure lots of people would like it, but I haven't seen any broad scale community input on, we've got this empty space, community, come, let's have a visioning session and see what it is, and then choose this. So it's sort of, I feel like we've done it in a backwards way, and we're choosing something without first going out to see what really, and we have ideas, it sounds good to us, but we represent the taxpayers. We we represent the people who own this building. We don't own it. And so that's my concern. My other question, because the rules around getting rid of like school facility leases of unused space for classrooms is that, you need to do an assessment and find out what market value rent is. So, I believe the lease is at something like, 1,134 per month. How is it determined that that was the market value rent?
I'm gonna let Serene kind of help me answer this, from a legal standpoint, and then I'll tell you how we came up with the amount.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Serene Abrahamian with Orbach, Huff and Henderson.
Yes, speak up, please.
Where's my remote?
Hopefully you can hear me.
Wait.
No.
On the side, on the side, on the floor.
Remote.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
And better.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for having me. So part of course, the statutes we rely on here is Education Code 17527 et sec. And it does have a requirement that fair market rent is considered and is part and parcel of what is sought from the lessee. So in this instance, because there is a substantial community benefit and services that are going to be offered, we are allowed to consider both the value as you would typically consider fair market rent analysis and valuation, but also considering what is the in-kind or in lieu benefit to the school district for the services that are going to be provided by the lessee. And in this case, we see that there's a substantial amount of services that will be provided. And so the analysis was done considering both that as well as what I think Jenny will speak to as to the methodology behind reaching the figure that Maker will be charged for use of the space.
And what I did was I took the square footage of the dedicated use spaces. And I took the average of what our other leases are charged and I applied it. And that's the number that I came up with, which was roughly 1,100. I don't have it sitting right next to me. And some change. Because it's really hard to assess, and I appreciate where this comment is coming from. As we've leased facilities over the years, it's really hard to provide a school district per square foot assessment of what we should charge for facilities because we are not like corporate or commercial grade facilities. We're a school district, we're a nonprofit, we're not supposed to be making a profit, we're supposed to be covering our costs. And so that is also something that we take into consideration. And as you can see in the lease, we call out specifically any additional custodial materials, supplies, and services that would be billed separately, depending on which level of custodial that they were choosing and how it would be applied to shared use versus exclusive use.
So, in the past, what I've seen school districts do is actually hire a real estate professional who does an assessment on the fair market value. Because this is, it's not, it's not a meeting that somebody's just coming and we're just covering our costs. I think the way it's meant to be, because this is a taxpayer building, that it should be fair market value. So I'd at least like to know what that value is. I would have liked to have had that assessment done. And I would really like to see this brought before the community in a larger scale to make sure that this is something that it's a big commitment. And the fact that, we're saying it's going to be a community benefit, there are a lot of people who it won't be a community benefit to them because they won't be able to afford to use it. So I feel like, as much as I would love to see this here, I don't feel like I'm doing my due diligence as a trustee and a protector of this financial institution that we have, without getting a little bit, without making it more public and getting that public input. And that is why when schools have surplus property, they go through a 7-Eleven process with a committee. And I know because this is being perceived as a joint use and there's some kind of way to find a loophole to not do that part, we have decided it's surplus property. We're not using it for classrooms. And I would like to do that just as a best practice so that we can be transparent with the community. And just because people say this is, we want things here, we don't know that that's the things that people want. It's what a small group of people have. So that's my concern. You know, it's really difficult because it sounds like a really wonderful program. I don't want to, you know, nix it, but I wonder, you know, what the urgency is and why we can't potentially go out, hammer down some of this. How are we gonna share space with the ag program? Get some of that more figured out before we say, you know, 5 years, let's do it without any community input. So that's kind of where I sit with this.
And
Well, I think the one thing I would like to note is just the access, right? So I know that Dale, when he defines a membership and a membership fee, that's not exclusive to anybody that would have an opportunity to step foot into the space. Obviously, we don't intend to charge students for their engagement opportunities. We see value there. Dale's looking to seek people in the community that can also contribute to the benefits that community members would be able to experience. So fair points, but I think to your interpretation of process and law, our board policies and ed code, I think that's why we have Serene. Because I don't think there's any manipulation. I think that your interpretation is a different type of agreement than the agreement that's before the board today.
And I just want to join in on that statement and say, I want to caution us when we use the word surplus property. We have not surplus any part of this campus at all. It is an active school and there are laws that allow us to rent facilities or lease facilities for short and long-term use along with the Civic Act. And I think Serene can talk more specifically to that because I just want to make sure that we're not confusing the leasing of existing school district facilities and surplusing property and the process that we have to go through for that.
And I'm sorry, isn't it primarily an educational program?
Correct.
Lorraine, can you address
Any other
that?
questions? Okay, so we have,
There is a question.
yeah, I know,
Oh.
Emily.
Hello again. We saw this agreement just this week on the agenda, and we're astonished that such a large decision that directly impacts our program would be approved without any collaboration with us. This is because your board packet shares that the leased areas are, quote, not currently in use for the district's academic uses. Yet, it lists in Exhibit A, as you just discussed, the ag mechanic shop, the storage areas, and outdoor working space as shared in the space agreement. That space is currently used for our ag mechanics program and will be used next year for up to 3 sections of ag mechanics classes, as well as welding and fabrication teams after school. We met with the superintendent yesterday after finding this out, and we have even greater concerns with the timeline and overall collaboration of the project. With each concern that we brought to light, like the lack of storage and workspace, scheduling, inventory of pools, liability of equipment, and even safety concerns, the answers are much different from tonight. We were asked to not talk or worry about the hypotheticals, told that we needed to be flexible and to support the community, and that we would build the plane as it lies. Prior to this week's agenda, we asked to meet and discuss this proposal, yet we were never brought to the table. We were told that this agreement is being rushed because the board is really excited about it. So I'm here to tell you directly that as an ag department, we would like the opportunity to meet with all of the invested stakeholders and provide input to the language that's outlining this common agreement. Because of the way that this is beginning, it is interfering with our educational programs and activities. We want to make it clear, especially to Dale, that we support community collaboration and that we want everyone to have educational opportunities, but we have to ensure long-term viability and support for all of our education programs. Our district's portrait of a graduate outlines collaboration and communication as two highlights that our students embody. I think we should embrace that too. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the community? Yeah, Jill.
I have a question. So is this?
Did you go up to the microphone? I'm sorry.
Yep, my name's Julie McClelland. I read the board packet. I saw it was there. It's still not clear to me, like 100%. Are students going to be able to use this during the school day, or students are not going to be able to use this during the school day? That doesn't seem clear, and if it's a school space and that's what it's here for, then that's what it should be used for. If it's for something else, like they were saying, like that's their space, that's not what it's meant to be.
Yeah.
Is it to be used during the school day, or it's
There's
not?
a lot of confusion around the community access for members of the hub or other members that might benefit from the use of the space. The priority is that we're running a school.
Right.
The opportunities for the hub to benefit current educational programs are obviously there, right? We have current Laguna students, depending on the staffing availability and when we define that scope of time for our programs versus time for community members, those two pieces are going to be separate. But the hub could benefit our current students, and even when the programs grow, because there could be somebody there that would help facilitate teachers that are experts in maker education to build their content through projects and enrich the academic day. So the priority is our current school programs. And I understand that there are concerns and there are some unknowns. But I think through time, people will see that, you know, this is going to add a benefit to our current programs and our students as well as community members. But we're always going to prioritize our programs and our teachers and students during the academic day. We just look at opportunities to extend that into the evenings, over the weekends, during the summer breaks, when the students aren't present as well.
I understand really clearly, because library and library, like I understand those definitions. Like I would have sometimes public people thinking this was the public library and just walk in, like that was a normal thing I dealt with. We don't currently have a maker teacher at Laguna. I know that. I was just asking them today when I saw that, so I don't know how that would happen. I looked into using the maker space in Sebastopol years ago as a family. My family's very artistic. I have people that was out of our price range even at that point. And that's not held on the Emily campus. That's in the community somewhere else. So I guess I would wonder if maybe that could happen. Like, great, let's have a community, you know, hub, a maker hub out here, but maybe we don't, you know, give away the space. If this is ever going to be a high school again, then you've talked about it being, you know, a community school. You might need that space for art, for woodshop, or something else. If you've given it to someone giving it away to someone that can't be open during the school day, and you've given it for 5 years, maybe 5 more years, 10 years, then that blocks you. It limits what you're able to do with this campus.
It doesn't, because the lease agreement is flexible and it's really on our terms. And Dale understands that and understands, like, his vision was always to build something that could support educational programs, and the community benefit is there as well. So it doesn't roadblock us from using the campus in the way that we're currently using it, where some of Greg's teachers use the space for their enrichment programs or their elective programs, or even to get outside of the classroom during a core content. And we've obviously, I reiterated this during my opening discussion, that the value of having our ag program here is a priority. And I know that maybe that's not felt right now, but it truly is something that we're going to make sure that we consider and work with that team, because we haven't defined the use of the shop area, right? That potential is there, and those conversations will be had before we do anything, if anything, while ag is still in that space. But there's opportunities to build out through this partnership with the resources that Dale has offered to provide as an in-kind, the art side that's not being utilized, that's been storage for old weight equipment and tables turned over on each other. So right away, our Laguna students will have opportunities to get in there and use that space with their teachers. And then their teachers will have access to Dale and some of his fellow makers that can help facilitate that as volunteers, as he looks at what the staffing could potentially be.
Except I thought he was here after school hours, so how would that benefit students during the school day?
Again, Julie, if the space is built out and there's staffing available, that he could help come in knowing that that staff is there to support the academic program, not the community access to the makerspace. There's value both ways. So I think that there's some short-sighted and maybe some views because there are these clarifying questions out there. And we have a lot of details to iron out.
So there's not an agreement signed tonight. This is just this first discussion of this agreement?
The board would be approving the leasing. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to.
Okay,
provide-
okay, I'm just trying to clarify.
Don't do that. This isn't.
There's still this many questions. This doesn't seem like the time to sign the agreement.
Maybe I could provide some clarity
Yeah.
on these things. The lease before you tonight is to get the ball rolling, to give the maker education program the opportunity to start building out the art classroom side of things, to start building their program, to advertise it to the community. There are parts and pieces of this lease that are just related to facilities. We fully anticipate having to come back to the board to update you on amendments to the lease that will further outline the educational program and how they will logistically work. But part of it needs to be that they need to get into the facility, complete the tenant improvement, get the equipment procured, put it in its place, and start to advertise the program. And that's kind of what this lease is going to approve right now, that starting June 1st, that they would have access to start that process. And then we would ultimately come back with further clarification of the educational program and how that will be worked out with existing students on campus, whether it be Laguna, Annalee. But the ideas that we've discussed, or I've discussed with Dale, was, this could be open to classes that they would offer. Our students wouldn't have to pay, but people from the community might be able to participate when we're talking about getting welding certificates. I don't know how all the logistics are going to work, especially as we have our programs and our facilities that are quite important. And those are the pieces that I don't think have been completely ironed out and definitely need to be in order for there to be a good joint use to happen. But I think in order to start to facilitate a program, you have to start from somewhere. And I think this is that basis. And to answer a question that you asked about what happens if we use this facility in the future for something else, all of our leases have 60 to 90 day out clauses for either party. And it's for the benefit of when we need to take back our facilities. And we've had to do that. So we want to give people as much notice as possible for when those things happen, but they are included within the lease.
Okay, there sounds like there's gonna be substantial changes to the room. Would that work if we need to take it back for what we need it for?
As they said, we're not really supposed to be going back.
Okay,
and
that's
forth.
fine, but yeah, there's strong questions. I feel like you support the program that already exists, which sounds like ag, before you do something else, and that doesn't sound like that's happened, in my opinion.
I think that maybe it's, I'd like to put in my 2 cents of, what I see as the development of a community program, which means that we work with community members to add to our programs. So I would look at Annalee and say, is there a way that you can envision that this maker space could help your program and not, I mean, I think you're looking at ways it could be a problem, but can you envision ways, if you work together, that it would enhance the app program?
I thought we had a makerspace at Annalee.
I think that would be a great conversation to be able to have before this is decided on.
Well,
Yes.
we're not deciding on a program. We're deciding on a lease to allow the opportunity for you to work with our community that's willing to work with students to provide opportunities like myself. Dale, do you have anything you would like to add?
I mean, if you have a question, I'll try to answer it, but I mean.
Yeah, I
think that's a good point of view. I mean, I think it's to try to create an asset for the community here that students and some community members can use. You know, it's my.
Dale, can I have you come to the microphone because
Yeah.
they can't hear you at home?
It's not two programs butting up against each other. It's
Only if we make it that way,
Right.
you know, only if we take oppositional positions on these things. You know, 2 years ago, I walked in that space, it was filthy, the wood shop. It was not well maintained, and the ag program has done a great job of cleaning it up and making it useful. So there's a lot of space on this campus that you could apply that to. And I don't think there's a lot of people in the community that have come forward since this place closed to offer to do that. So, you know, I'm just trying to light a spark to say, hey, if we get something going here, we might have a nucleus for a new program, a new school, and the community might really embrace it. They might hate it. They might say, oh, that's a terrible program. Well, then replace it with something else, you know? But, you know, I think I'm willing to try to prove that it can be useful. And I think of students, I don't think just Annalee students. I think any student in this area, any age. I'm really interested in kids that want enrichment programs that don't get it, right? That don't have something to do this summer. We could be teaching them robotics, artificial intelligence, you know, I don't know, basket weaving, I don't care, you know, whatever they want to do. So that's my goal here. And, you know, I think we set it up this way. It could be, you know, a completely school thing, you know, but I don't want to put a bunch of equipment in there and set it up. And then you guys decide you don't want it, then you own the equipment and I can't move it somewhere else. And if we have a disagreement on like what it's for someday, well, yeah, I'll find another place to put it. But this is more about, and you know, and I don't really like, you know, yeah, you could find space in the community to do this. The idea is to do this in partnership with an educational institution to benefit the population here and offer something that they don't have.
So I
So,
think that addresses Debbie's concerns too. You know, this isn't a program that's so specific. It is open to becoming what the community wants it to be.
right,
So the only thing we're deciding on tonight is to give them the opportunity and the space to add to our curriculum, working with our teachers, add to our community, working with the community. It's not a program that is set in stone. It's to be developed by both the community and our teaching staff. Am I correct?
yeah. Absolutely. You know, we have to find those people and they have to be willing to put the time into it. Some others.
There is the old adage of, if you build it, they will come.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Could you state your name again, please?
Yes, I'm Carrie Hernandez. I'm one of the 3,300 residents of Forestville. So I don't want to be the lone person here, but what I'm hearing or not hearing is the mechanism in which you're going to bring in the community. This is my home. This is my yard. This is where I live. Yes, I would like to have input on the public parks of use. And what I'm not hearing a clear thing is the differentiation of use. What I heard was that the lease was lower. I mean, $1,100, wow, who wouldn't want that? But that's great because it's serving a great purpose. But what I'm saying is that if you're using the fact that it's for public as well, for the people of this area, therefore, let's give it a lower amount of rent, then you really have to bring the community in to have input on this. And I apologize if I haven't heard this, but what I'm saying is, I live here, I've been here for years, and I haven't heard anything. And you made the point, sir, that it's like, well, people can come forward. Well, where is that invitation? Where is that community of awareness, of announcement, of saying, hey, we are thinking this idea. So please don't get me wrong. I'm actually a full-time artist. I love the idea of a maker lab. However, I wanted to be representative of this community and what's needed most and cost effective. So when we're talking about spending money that, you know, I'm contributing to, I really want it to serve our community. And when I look around and I see the potential here, I want there to be a balance. So if this is to help the students, that's awesome. But let's parse that out and not put it under the name that it's for the community members here. So I'd like to have a better understanding of that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paige Greco. I know that you guys seen me around here before. I taught it here I teach at Annalee. I taught here at El Molino for 5 years. I was a resident of Forestville for 8 years up until about 3 weeks ago. Here's kind of what I had to say. We've heard a lot of talk about opportunities, and I think that we need to make a distinction in what people are talking about between the what and the how. That the what of this, the opportunity to have this space and to make use of it and for it to be a boon for the community and a boon for our students, is something that I don't think anybody is really arguing as a positive. I think that the how is the problem here. And I want to talk about the opportunity that we have between the board, the school, and the community to improve the way that we communicate about this stuff. Because almost all of the conflict that I have heard come out of this issue tonight has been about people not communicating about what those opportunities are, people not being able to communicate about what the precision about how that's going to look and how it's going to work, and people not really being able to have been informed about what was going on, and that there is a lack of communication there, that there's a lack of communication between the people who are pulling the strings here and the community, the people who are, you know, like organizing this. And it sounds like the school, that it sounds like you on the board knew that all of this was going to happen, and that's grand, but that a lot of people who are getting up here and feeling agitated about it are people who didn't know about it, and people who don't have enough details to be able to support what is so clearly a good idea. And I really hope that out of this and any number of other things that I feel like I'm having conversations about in my community and at my job, that we can start separating out the what from the how and improving the how and improving our communication so that we can better support things that are happening here that could benefit everyone. Because I think that really the lack of communication and the sort of the how of it that's actually happening right now is shooting us all in the foot. I think that Dale has a great idea. The El Molino-ness of this all breaks my heart in 95 different ways. Do I want to see this place used in a way that brings the community in? Absolutely. Do I want to find a way to use this space so that it benefits our students? Yes. So that this place lives again any old way. Absolutely. It also kind of breaks my heart that we have to stand here and argue about it because we can't just know what's going to happen a little bit more. And that the community and the school haven't been invited into this process in a way that eliminates the conflict from this whole conversation. I mean, it's even obvious that Dale with his great idea over here had to feel defensive about it. And I feel like there were opportunities to communicate about this that would have prevented that from happening, would have maybe prevented the ag department from having to feel defensive, and any other number of different things. So I really hope that in terms of opportunities, we not only look at the opportunities that we have here to make this place better, to make our community better, and to make our school better, but that we also take some opportunities to reflect on the way that this process happened and can continue to happen and can continue to improve, and the way that we can continue to improve all of our processes so that we don't have to have this kind of conflict around things. Thank you.
I just gotta say, you know what? I'll get in trouble up here. We've had this on the agenda, I don't know how many times, we've discussed it. Chris now sends out board minutes and updates everybody in the school about what happened at the board meeting. We have really made an effort to communicate. This is a program that has potential to become whatever we really want it or need it to be. You know, we've had people talk about how they would like this facility used even more than it is. And I also, since I'm here every week, kind of resent people who say it's not being used for anything, because Laguna is a fantastic, thriving, growing program. So yeah, there are some empty classrooms, which we are trying to use, but this school continues to be and is holding a very important, valuable program that serves incredible kids. So I have a hard time with that. And right now tonight, we are deciding on a lease to allow the community and our school district to build an amazing program. And it's going to be amazing because it can look any way we want it to look. And yeah, it's something different and it's a little bit of change, and it's not strictly, there's not a book telling us how to do it, but it's an opportunity, I think, that we should embrace and take responsibility for making it an outstanding program, all of us. And that's the way I feel about it.
Julie?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion. I would like to move that we take some time and do a community engagement process, a stakeholder engagement process, so that we're not building this plane as it's flying, and come up with what the plan would look like, and then bring the lease back with a little bit more detail that has been informed by the community and by our stakeholders. It seems like the right thing to do. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Yes.
We need to ask if there's any other
questions or concerns? Go ahead. Melissa.
I'm gonna slightly disagree with you,
Okay.
even though you know how much I.
Go.
Microphone.
I'm 100% in favor of the idea. I think it's fabulous, and I think that I'm quite sure that it is gonna happen and it's gonna be good. I don't think we did a good enough job of getting buy-in. And the fact that some of our community, especially our ag program, we didn't take the time to bring them on board and make sure that they're really clear about what we're doing and how it works for them. It's not enough. And so, and I hear the whole thing about a community outreach. I'm not sure exactly what the answer is there, because many different people will have many different ideas about many different ways that this facility could be used. And yet Dale's the only one stepping forward and saying, how about this? So that's, I think that's a development. But I think we need to do a little bit more. I think we should take till the next meeting and open some time up to have some meetings with some different folks and really build it. It's still not totally clear. And I know we're kind of building as we go, but I've been trying to figure out what we want to do here. I've met with Neil about it. I'm generally really in favor of it, but it's not clear. And I think we could be a little bit more clear so that the community has more buy-in.
I hear you. I totally understand. And I'm trying to convey this, and I'm sorry I didn't land with the ag team, that the intention all along was to meet with them in terms of how it could impact their program. And the intention all along was not to do anything with the wood shop. But we have somebody willing, I understand.
So
we have somebody willing to invest in the space that's not being used. That was a storage space that can provide immediate value to our students. But I hear you. This is your meeting. This is the will of the board, and
I think though that we have to be clear on what we're voting on. I mean, what is presented here is not a program.
Right.
It's the use of space. The program is later to come, which can be developed with everybody's input. This is strictly to get it going to say, we want the program, we want to give you space.
Are we voting?
And I'm
or
sorry, you
discussing?
know what, I blew it because I was supposed to, make a motion to begin with, and I didn't do that. And so, and I should.
To the point of nobody else has stepped up with other suggestions for how to use the space. I think our public commenter, Kara, made a point. If there were the process with the 7-Eleven committee and the declaration of surplus property, then there's a process of letting the community know, here is some space, and the same thing with joint use. The way that traditionally happens, not that we're doing anything legally wrong here, but if we really want to engage our community, we say, hello, community, we want to make this a better space. What are the ideas? And then we figure it out. So to that point, people aren't stepping up because they didn't know that was an option. And so kudos to Dale for knowing that was an option and having the acumen to know who to talk to and try to make his program. But really to sign a lease when we don't also have the program, what is the point? They should go together. The program should not come after the lease agreement.
I don't agree with that. I don't either. This is, we are not setting a program, because if we set a program, then we have to deliver that program. This is an evolving process.
Yeah, or the parameters.
We are giving, this lease gives Maker Education an opportunity to begin the process of cleaning up the space and getting some equipment in there and with his in-kind donation, which is phenomenal. And this is about program. And that's, and I think that can be grown and can be built over time. And they're not one and the same. In my opinion. Heidi, did you have something you want to say?
If I could.
Go right ahead, please.
Hey, Heidi Mickelson, I'm the current ag mechanics teacher and TOSA for CTE also. Dale, I first want to say, I value this program. I'm excited about the potential to have Maker here and to use that whole way. I get to see every time I'm out here with my class, the potential that space could have. 3 years ago, when we consolidated, our ag program grew from 2 single-person apartments to 3-person apartment, and we got to see a need, our student need for ag mechanics actually flourish. We started that program with no facilities, and I purchased through grant funds 6 DeWalt tool bag sets. When I was given the space at the auto shop at Annalee,
The wrestling mats that were moldy were left on the ground. The mats across along the wall, trash, then the number of things we had to clean up. We, as in myself and the ag students, the students of that class, okay? That evolved over 2 years. We were able to use it, then there was some water, so we had to move out, and then there was a skunk issue in the next 3, so we got to move back in. It was like, it was a mess last year. When woodshop was not gonna be offered, I approached Adam and I said, could we please move out there, at least my advanced class? I know transportation is always an issue, but I can see some value. I see opportunity for the kids. They are itching for more. I have students in this program now for the 3rd year who wanted to weld. They wanted to do bigger projects. And this gives us the space to do that. We've recently expanded from being able to do 1 welder to now 5 welders in that space. It's amazing. The kids are cranking things out. Like Emily said, we have a fabrication team. Last night I was here from 2:30 to 9 o'clock at night while they were practicing. I have a group of 8 individuals, mainly boys, who finally found a place at Annalee, and most of them are seniors, unfortunately. And they finally found a place, and it's hard to get them out of the shop at night, because I want to go home, obviously, but at the same time, they are enjoying themselves, they're creating, they're doing things, all the things that I know the makerspace can do for individuals, and people need this. My issue is, we were here, our FFA students were getting recognized that night when it was initially presented. We were told, you guys can go. Our kids wanted to take pictures. We went outside. While we were outside, that's when that was presented. So yes, we were here, but we did not get to hear it because we were still celebrating our kids and they were released. Had I realized that, I regret walking outside to take pictures with our kids because I wish I would have known. As this evolves, I kept hearing, when you are out of the space. We're gonna be out, hopefully in 2 years when the new building's in. So that, boom, it goes to me, okay, they're gonna use the rest of the building. The shop that we have created is going to be there for 2 years. Let us use it when we are out, not out for the day. When we are out of the space completely, that's when we get to move it. That is how I interpreted the initial conversation. Chris and I had some conversations. I'm not gonna be the teacher on record next year as I move into a full-time TOSA position. I've told him multiple times, hey, we need to have a meeting, we need to talk about this. Everybody needs to be there, not just me, because I'm not the teacher. I need the teacher next year to be in the room with Dale, with you. Let's figure out how this can work. Yep, it's gonna happen, we're gonna have that meeting. Then Monday comes, we see the board agenda, the lease agreement is on there, we have not had a meeting. So then I send the email, hey, we need a meeting. I sat down with the 3 of us yesterday, and we were there for an hour, hearing the story for about a half an hour of it, and we finally got to say our piece, but we still left very, very unresolved. It's frustrating. We needed communication. As this evolves, there needs to be communication with the whole process, and the fact that it's kind of started with like, oh, we'll get to it, we'll communicate later, doesn't sit right with us. My class spent 2 weeks of block periods out here loading dump trailers that I hauled with our ag department hauled to the dump and dumped so we can use that space. We cleaned up the animal space to use it. We cleaned up here to use it. Okay, facilities is overrun. Custodial staff is way too busy. So we took it upon ourselves to do that. I appreciate that you recognize that. I understand what you guys walked me through last time. We have a big project going. I don't know if you guys saw, we did the planter box sale. We sold 65, which Julia, yours is sitting in the shop. And I meant to bring it tonight. I totally just realized that I didn't bring it. You're supposed to get it. Okay, I'm sorry. But anyways, we have 65 2-foot animal planter boxes that we are cranking out. Okay, the kids are enjoying it. It's gonna put money back into the program. The kids have a project. On top of that, they're welding and we're rotating through because yes, I have a class of 20 kids in there and we're rotating through 3 of 5 bits. It's a working thing. My issue with a shared situation is there is not enough storage space or time in a block period when we're there to get a project started and then say, okay, community is coming in a half an hour. Everybody put everything away. Put all of your half-done projects in a way to where they're not gonna get bumped because you're not gonna be in here for another 2 days until the next block period. Because we only get to be out there on block period days. That's my issue, the communication and just the logistics. Thank you.
You know what, I totally appreciate that and I get that. But again, we're only deciding on a lease to get the program started. I support 100% you being part, the ag department, being part of the decision making. You already specified your program comes first.
I agree, I understand that, but the use agreement that you guys are approving tonight. It spells out all of the facilities, it doesn't spell out everything except the wood shop or the metal shop, what are you gonna call it? It spells out all of the spaces, the limited local storage space that is there, the outdoor space where we have our metal storage, the office, the wood shop, it's all in there. And I get that it's supposed to be a big package, but without having things figured out, and then we were told yesterday that it potentially is 6 weeks, well, there's not really a timeline, but then tonight it's June 1st. We're not even out of school yet. There's just so many working things for individuals who are already, our plates are full. They're running over already, and there's gonna be a lot to do. Yesterday there was conversation about inventory and everything we have, and making sure our tool space is organized and clean, and there's just a lot to do, and I just, maybe it'd be sitting better if it was spelled out to where the wood shop and that storage space that's connected to the wood shop would not be involved for a bit until we can work it out. Again, we're gonna get out of it hopefully in 2 years. We have a building coming, we've designed the building, it's long way down, since 2016 I got hired, new CTE thing's coming, it's finally coming. If this is a 5-year lease, could we just carve out a section that's not used? Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, in our first conversation, you said in a perfect world, I wouldn't want the space to be used, the wood shop, until we move into the new. I said, that's not unreasonable. And I reiterated that those discussions would be had regarding the use of the space that I know that we're protecting right now. I tried to reiterate that yesterday. So I'm sorry that that didn't land. Again, the lease agreement from the potential use is really the priority in building out the space that's not being used. It's been a dumping ground on that side. And I gave you all my commitment that we would sit down with Dale, should the board adopt this lease agreement, and iron out everything before we even consider what the potential is there on that wood shop side. So, I mean, we hear you. I think that we really appreciate everybody expressing their concerns. But I felt like we tried to convey that in a way that, gave you clarity that nothing's happening on that side. The priority is the side that isn't being used, and all of the other finer details were going to be developed together. But the scope of the lease agreement, in a 5-year lease, earmarked all the facilities that could be used in future years. So maybe I didn't do a good enough job of conveying that. I was asked to talk about my vision, and that's why we got to questions after you wanted to hear about the grander vision. I think there's a lot of opportunities to solve some of these challenges together. I really do, honestly. And I think that the potential to have somebody in this community where nobody else has stepped up, that's willing to put in time, sweat, and resources. That's why there was an urgency in putting this lease. That June 1st timeline doesn't mean that there's any impact on the AgMech facilities in any short-term time frame. That would just give Dale the opportunity, and he's been itching to go to work on the side of the building that is dilapidated and has been used for junk storage. And you have somebody here who, in his proposal, committed to a minimum of $100,000 to purchase equipment and provide in-kind service. And I think his engagement in the lease the development of the lease showed his long-term commitment to look at additional resources down. So yes, I mean, I get that it's scary when a lot of things aren't defined, but the opportunity to partner with somebody who developed a worldwide initiative right now and build out a space that's not being used, so that when we open doors in August, Laguna students could get in there with their current teachers and do some projects. I mean, that has been the priority. So I wanted to clarify that, And we will do a better job of communicating. I think that, I hope you've all learned that I do listen and I am reflective and, you know, I can understand how that may affect our staff. So I think if the board wants to continue to take public comment, that's your priority. I think that we are approaching 10 o'clock and we have a lot of board
And
business.
it really shouldn't be a back and forth with the audience.
Oh, I'm just speaking.
Right, because this is a meeting of the board, we take public comment.
Can you restate what your motion was?
My motion is, Karen, do you have it? Do you want to read it back how I had it?
Okay, I got it. Trustee Ramirez moved to take time to do a community stakeholder process and come up with what the plan would look like and have a lease that has more details.
And that was a community engagement and stakeholder process.
And Sean seconded it, I believe.
And then can you just do after that, community engagement?
Community engagement and stakeholder process and come up with what the plan would look like and have a lease that has more details.
Yeah, just have a plan come back to us with the lease.
Can I interject on that motion? I am not offering to conduct a community engagement stakeholder meeting.
No, that would not be it. That would not.
That would, you know.
Yeah, no.
Okay, it's time to vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, I would like to make a motion that we can, as it's written, consideration of approval of a joint use lease agreement and Maker Education Initiative for lease of certain Laguna High School facilities pursuant to Education Code Section 17527, blah, blah, blah. Joint use statutes. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, anything else?
Discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
I will support this if there's, I don't know what the process is, but there's a very clear in the minutes addendum to that that says that you will meet with the ag people and make sure that we don't encroach on their space in a reasonable way for the next 2 years.
I mean, I told Heidi when she.
I know you
brought
already
her
said that,
concerns,
but
we don't
it's
even
not
have to
clear.
touch the wood
It's
shops.
not clear, it's not clear to them.
Well,
I want it to be clear, and if it's really clear, that's the agreement in the rooms, then I will support this, the lease, signing them.
So make an amendment to the motion. That's the.
Yeah, it's an amendment to the motion that there be a side, I could call it a side agreement. I don't want to go through the process of rewriting the formal lease. I understand you want to get moving and the balance to get moving. But
I feel that if Chris agrees to and says they're going to include, that he is going to include the ag department in the decision-making process at every step of the way, I believe that we should trust him as we move forward to do that. Fair enough? We can always come back and look at it.
yeah, I just want, I mean, I really hear about clearing out the space, making the space their own, moving stuff. I have a shop, I understand, moving stuff out. It's like not, we shouldn't interfere with that.
Well, I tried to convey to the team that the lease agreement puts the scope of the entire facilities earmarked, but it's under our purview. And maybe I didn't do a good enough job of ensuring that. No decisions have been made around the shop.
Otherwise, we would.
I asked for flexibility. I asked what their non-negotiables were. I heard that the preference would be nothing within the next 2 years. I said, that's not unreasonable. So maybe we don't do anything with the shop, because I'm pretty convinced that would be a hardship on the program. Based on tonight's conversations, yesterday's conversations, I haven't been given an opportunity to, further engage with the team. I committed to them yesterday that we would sit down with Dale. And I've been thinking about this a lot. I think it's pretty clear. I think Dale's interest is building out space. We have space. And it is not anything to do with the wood shop area, which I know was Heidi's first preference, Chris. I would appreciate it. Made a perfect world, I think is how she explained it to me. We wouldn't do anything on the shop side until we put the back facility. So, that is loud and clear. I committed to supporting our programs first and foremost. So I think that the board should take action, and I think we move forward appropriately with transparency and honesty with what we talked about tonight.
Jenny had a suggestion.
Can I make a suggestion that would hopefully make this item palatable for everybody? Can we ask for a revised amendment to the motion to exclude the wood shop and storage spaces from this lease agreement? And as we develop the program further and create conversations with the ag department, bring back an amendment that includes that if we can work through something that way.
When the timing's ready.
When the timing is right, it allows us to proceed forward with spaces I feel that everyone is comfortable with.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to, leave out.
Because we can do that as an storage.
You can do that later.
Okay,
I will amend my second.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm, first of all, it's not a roll call vote.
It wasn't a roll call.
It wasn't a roll call
Okay,
vote.
so I'm opposed, and I just want to say that what would make, and the reason I'm opposed to it is that there isn't any community engagement piece, and,
You made that clear, we get it.
yeah, so I really think that it's important as we determine how to use the space for
Well,
publicly
I think as we move forward, we can definitely address it. And those, okay, so we got opposed, abstaining? Did you vote? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Make a motion.
Thanks, Jenny.
Make that.
Thank you, Jenny.
The vote just get completed? Is that what just happened?
Yes,
And what was the vote?
4-1,
Okay, thank you.
With the amendment.
with the amendment that the,
Thank you. There's some jumping around. Yeah, I just was trying to make sure.
yeah, I was kind of jumping around.
Thank you.
Okay. We are on consideration of approval of the new consultant contract with whatever the name that is.
With Turkey Quack.
Okay, architects for project AAVA's temporary housing portables at Annalee High School campus. Oh, that's a good one. All right.
So moved.
You have to.
Oh, yeah, we need a motion. So moved. I need a second.
Second.
Okay.
This item is as presented, and you've heard me talk about it earlier this evening. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Can we vote? Okay, all those in favor? No. Aye. Opposed? Right. Governance. Consideration of approval of resolution 1 May 2023-2024. Specifications of election order for school board trustees. Can I have? I'll second. Go ahead, Chris.
So this is just a process and a resolution that the board must pass regarding the 2 vacancies that will be coming up in the upcoming election. So any.
Yeah.
Wait for Jeannie.
Coffee, I don't need to drink coffee.
Oh, I see it.
Any questions?
We can have her absent. We're not, yeah, should be late.
It's fine too.
Okay. Jody?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Liz? Aye.
Roll call, Jeannie absent.
Okay. Education services, discussion and possible action, pride flag. Chris, you want to talk about it?
Well, I'd like to give Anita the opportunity to speak first. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, really.
Hi, it's Anita Sanquini, your sister CEI coordinator. I wish I had a joke or something. Like have some meetings. Some really good discussion tonight. I appreciate it all. So the board asked the committee to come up with some recommendations for a resolution for the pride flag of the pride flag. So we had two different discussions that took place on two different meetings around the flag. Having opportunities for the committee to share their thoughts, but also having an opportunity for the public to come and comment and give us their feedback. Because I invited people at the board meeting when we talked about this the first time, and people showed up. So what we discovered is that it is a complex issue with quite a bit of nuance. So I thought I'd share some things that we considered, that we thought about, that we heard, and then share the recommended language that we were going to offer. So we just got, like I said, over two meetings and discovered it's straightforward. That there, people express concern that the pride flag is taking on some political energy, and that might lead into some conflict or polarization or potential nonsense at the flagpole, you know, things that could happen that way. It also might make some of our queer students feel comfortable if they're not out yet. Also, one of our students spoke from the LGBTQIA community, and he talked about feeling concerned that if there was some sort of somebody doing something to the flag, that people might feel hurt. So these were all this range of things. Additionally, though, we talked about the fact that our LGBTQIA community in the youth truth survey reports very low sense of belonging and safety on our campus, the lowest of all the students on our campus. And we have a desire to, and I think a commitment to support our students that are underrepresented. So that was one of the things that we talked about. We also talked about the fact that the original intent of this particular flag is to represent everyone. And there's actually a stripe on the flag for everybody, not all the different categories of people, including straight people and people who don't identify with a type of sexuality. So we've got everything, everybody's in the pool. I think that covers that. Yeah, and we talked about a lot of ideas for how to mitigate some of the polarization and the issues. And so that comes up in the language that I wanted to offer that the committee came up with. So that language includes the idea that we could fly the pride flag and any other flag that is recognized already by the state of California or the federal government. And some of those include other heritage flags. And the committee is behind that idea. And our LGBTQIA community that originally brought the well-written student resolution support that idea as well. We also thought we would like to include some language around education
So whatever, so flying the pride flag would include education about what all the stripes mean. It might look like class discussions. It would include potentially video announcements that would help support folks' understanding about what's happening. Possibly, I'm thinking there could be, there could be guest speakers or activities. We could potentially pull a thread of Unity Week into Unity Year, where the different aspects of our community are recognized, supported, and lifted up. So those are some ideas and language that we'd like you to include in this potential resolution.
Thank you so much for the hard work that you've done, and it's just what I was hoping that this committee could do. So thank you so much. Yes, I agree. Anything else?
Yeah, just that we provided in the agenda item, what we think is a really good model for Castro Valley. And as you'll see, you know, they've got resolutions adopted for heritage flags, right? We have our board policy 6115 that allows the board to adopt a resolution to acknowledge what we've been discussing. And so, as Anita mentioned, you know, the process was great with the DEI committee, and the DEI committee initially said, okay, well, let's look at asking the board for approval or to give the superintendent direction to draft a resolution on the pride flag. But then again, why not expand it? And I think the resolution, you know, what I would draft, should the board give me direction, would be mirror image to what we've got in Castro Valley. Very simple with regard to raising the heritage flag during a specified month. I think the expanded thoughts that Anita shared in terms of how this can provide educational value and inclusive value that aligns with our vision and with the framework that we've established. That all can be put into place working with our staff and exploring ways to do that. So should the board agree with the recommendation of the DEI committee and provide me direction to draft a series of resolutions, I would do that. Essentially mirror what we've seen in other districts, vet that with legal, bring that back before the board would adopt those resolutions. Then I would have, you know, Gloria assist in building out a portion of our website that looks similar to the link that I've included in this agenda item. And we would be rocking and rolling, and we would be able to hang, you know, our heritage flags on the flagpole in the quad once those resolutions were adopted.
I would like to make a motion that we direct Superintendent Meredith to do exactly what he just said.
Second.
Any other comments?
Actually, you don't really even need a motion to do that, but that's okay. You realize it is our, well, we can give him direction anytime.
And Chris, how long would that take you? I know you're gonna do a number of them, but we have June 1st coming up pretty soon. Our next regular meeting isn't until June 12th. And you know, this has been sort of a question that came forward in December.
Right.
So we ran out of time in closed session. I'm not sure if you could get this resolution together for us so that we could approve this. We're going to need to have a special meeting in next week. And then we could make sure that that happens for the month of June, seeing as they asked for it 6 months ago.
Again, we have to discuss when the special board meeting would happen.
Yeah, we had a date.
We set a date.
We set it. I mean, hopefully it works for you. I mean,
You don't have to be there.
but the question is.
I don't know if
Put
the
that
date's
together.
Monday, that you guys know.
Monday the 13th.
Upcoming Monday. I mean, that gives me a 2-day turnaround. That's not reasonable. Cause I want to take the time to draft them and then vet them with legal. So I can't.
Just the one, just the pride one.
I could do that.
Yeah, because we don't need the other ones there in future.
I love that idea, and then we can get it hanging in the month
Yeah,
of.
in June, that's the only reason, just.
I can do that. Absolutely. If you were making me draft all that.
No.
And you know, I know that Aziza's not currently here.
9:30.
Yeah.
She's trying to get had to tap out.
Yeah.
She really wants to see for graduation. She's like, oh.
You know, that last agenda item was a lengthy one. Anyway, I think absolutely I can do that.
Okay, we all agree. Somebody needs to probably order a pride flag sooner than later.
Just to have it on hand, so when we approve this, we can have it available.
Okay, so you know what you're doing.
Got it.
We need to vote, because you did make it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Thank you, Anita.
Yeah,
thank you, that was
Board
awesome.
support on DEI one.
Oh, yes, that was part of, we were so excited to move this along since it's been a long-winded process.
Yeah, sorry.
Part of this item was also providing an opportunity for Anita to give an update in terms of her progress in her role as DEI TOSA. Please.
So I'm kind of figuring it out, and that's what the job is. That's the job. You guys don't have anything left in your tanks. I understand, I get it.
That
Okay.
part I'll ask.
So anyway, so it's 3 prongs of coaching, proactive restorative circles, and empowering students. So in the coaching department, I went from 11 teachers to 22. Wow. In the second semester, a lot of beautiful conversations and support towards the transformational and equity focused coaching that we're doing. A bunch more circles with different affinity groups. This year, all the circles were really focused on, how's Emily treating you? What do you need? Getting feedback, information, empathy related circles. I had a group, an informal group this year of students that were advisors to the DEI committee board, where I just sort of plucked them and said, what do you think next year that's going to be formalized, and we'll meet at a June board. So that students can give ongoing feedback to me, which I can take to our DEI committee as we do the work and get feedback on, well, we tried that thing, how's it going? It's having the effect we were in. So those things happened. Lots of administrative work this semester with rewriting and presenting and fashioning our DEI framework, which we are going to hopefully wave our magic wand over at our committee meeting tomorrow. So you guys will have a chance to look at it and approve it as our working document, living working document, which we'll keep updating periodically. And then I have gone through 3 of those yellow pads at school where you call students for restorative one-on-one conversations. So lots of formal conversations with students in my office, supporting them and teaching and trying to help them see how they're causing harm and how they can fix it. I'll stop there.
Okay, California Community School Partnership Program grant update.
So I have Sheila and Greg presenting an update.
Right.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having us. I'm Sheila Richmond. I'm the Wellness Center Coordinator. And, Greg. So we're just here to give you a bit of an update on what we've the knowledge we've been acquiring through a variety of sources. Yeah, so we're going to give a little refresher on what we've been doing in terms of how we're gaining the community input and data. Reminder about the timeline on this grant, let you know what we found so far and next steps, because there's plenty more work to be done on this. Slide. Today. Thanks. So just at the next 2 slides are pretty much just reminder slides. In order to align with the district vision, we're looking at the DEI, the LCAP, the EIS, early intervention system, at ELAC and the school site councils, both Annalee and Laguna, and getting input from all of those, not to mention the Youth Truth Survey data from both campuses, and then a variety of focus groups that we've done so far. Timeline wise, The community mapping started a few months ago, in February of 2024. It's still ongoing, but we are looking at what we've found so far in terms of the beginning pieces of the asset and gap analysis. Still, we're really in those first two pieces. And then the date for the grant submittal is December of this year. And if it's awarded, it will be awarded in February of 2025. So far, what we've found in terms of the asset piece, the community school of philosophy has 4 pillars. And 3 of the pillars so far, we're finding the feedback as in the asset category, active community and family engagement. Both campuses, Annalee and Laguna, the community seems to see them as functioning as a neighborhood hub. And then integrated student supports, generally speaking, what we found so far is that community members believe that the health and wellness supports are in place and working well. Collaborative leadership practices, this is Laguna students, strongly believe that there is a culture of professional learning, collective trust, and shared responsibility at the Laguna site. So this is what we're finding again so far. More to find out. Next slide. So the gap that's right now showing itself is a lack of extended alternative learning opportunities. Those that exist right now are to Annalee are Laguna, and then also at both campuses, independent study and summer school, but all of those are more of your traditional school model. And this, we've been attending the site councils at Laguna. There was a Laguna student survey in addition to the Youth Truth one that was more focused. And I'll share some of those questions, a couple of questions from that. An Annalee student focus group, and then some demographic information from the dashboard. So I brought this up because I figured I would not be able to read that. So far, in terms of next steps and gaps, we're finding a gap in connection between school community and career preparedness, particularly amongst the socioeconomically disadvantaged. And that was based on the California dashboard and the Youth Truth survey. So these are a couple of the questions, and by grade level, they're the students' feelings. My schools helped me try to figure out which careers match my interests and abilities. And you can see that sort of, as you might expect, it does increase as you go up, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And then the next one is my school has helped me understand the steps I need to take in order to have the career I want. It does increase, but there's some improvement that can be made there. So, and then this is one of the questions. If we created a small community high school, this was for a focus group, with opportunities focused on an industry you were really interested in, would you most likely want to attend a small school that is? So, and here are our options, and mostly in the classroom plus work experience was the one that came back with the most positive responses. But we found that in running these by like LCAP and Site Council, we're wondering about the phrasing of the questions and the options too.
Yeah, in Site Council, and it came up, and I think also at LCAP. These questions they don't clarify for especially the students, like what does that actually look like? Is that, am I at an internship 2 days? So revamping this maybe a little bit to look at providing like example options with some ideas and feedback that we received.
And then next slide. And this was another one of the questions we asked the focus group. There are alternative high schools in Windsor, Santa Rosa, and Robert Park. What stands in the way of you attending an alternative program now? And these are the options. And so One was I didn't know that there were choices. And then another really, I answered one was going to school close to my home. And this was another one that we found really good feedback from the Laguna Site Council meeting. And particularly in terms of legacy feeling, like, that I want to go where my parents went. I want my student to go where I went. That, and then also transportation too was another. Assuming we created a small community high school program that supported a career field you're interested in, and that high school was located on the Laguna campus, what would make you excited about attending that school? So we got some feedback here regarding options in answers. This is a potential, another potential question that, we're looking for wording on. And I think in our next slide, you found some really interesting information related to what students are looking for in another focus group that you had at Laguna. Next slide.
So after my students took the survey, we did a focus group a few days later. And it was, just a conversation around the questions, and wasn't, super focused questions, but these were kind of the takeaways. And the term real world training came up a lot, and obviously, some of those things do take place already. We have our great CTE programs, things like that. But this was feedback from our kids, real world training and skills, transferable skills, and, kind of programming in general areas. Again, this is where we started thinking about some more clarity about the questions in the survey, because as we got talking and nailed down, like, for example, I was talking about our kids in North Bay Construction Corps. They're like, oh yeah, like that's very specific. But the idea that being out and, whether it's an internship, working somewhere, it's all those soft skills that you're picking up. And then the idea of connecting that and recognizing that you're building those skills. Community connection was a big piece. The essence of people taking care of each other. One of the things that popped up was this idea around clubs and activities and things that may take place after school. And the kiddos were really interested in the potential for things that were outside of the school day, but gave them the opportunity to interact with community members and do things like that together. And then the last piece was services. And I know this is already part of some of the pillars, but the idea of potentially having some of these things be year round to help create and make this that community hub, whether that's West County Health or opening up the clothing closet one day a week. Those were just some of the things that were named.
So moving along, because there is still a lot more work to be done, particularly in revision of questions and using the feedback from the community, from the students and parents, potentially surveying all the students. And then focus groups with the unduplicated parent population is something that we're going to be doing. And from LCAP, we're speaking with Chris, the focus groups with feeder schools, which seems like a no-brainer, yeah. And then continued work and findings in the gap analysis and continued updates for you all.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, and I know that we've talked about this on an ongoing basis, and I really appreciate, Sheila's work and Greg's work in working with the Laguna student population to conduct these this data collection. So the way that this grant works is that the state wants to support districts with the higher unduplicated student population. Our goal, and the direction I've been given by the board, is to explore and potentially create an innovative non-comprehensive high school program. When We applied for the planning grant, which awarded us the money to create Sheila's position and focus on wellness needs and, build more robust systems within our district. Because we were further ahead with that, it gave Sheila an opportunity to engage in the second piece of that grant with regard to building a community school. So we're invested and motivated to build a community school with or without the grant. To put our best foot forward for this grant with the integrity of the state's initiative, the focus had to start with the Laguna student population. So I asked Sheila to add that information, and we discussed this at the LCAP. Because we intend to build a program that will, obviously serve students with marginalized students with more needs, right? More barriers in their lives. We also know that a program like this will attract students from maybe more affluent backgrounds. We also know that students may be interested in the industry component, but maybe in a small environment and small setting where they can also achieve A through G completion. North Bay Met does as such because they're a hybrid independent study and educational program at school. So we've been developing this vision as we've been learning more about what the interests are, how we can put ourselves in the best position to acquire the grant, which again is $3.5 million over 5 years. The grant would allow us to do more in a shorter amount of time. Without the grant, we're still going to move forward in building a program because we know there are needs there. We're just going to have to build that through sustainable enrollment. So I'm really excited about the continued work and the expansion of the data collection to include input from our feeder schools and from our greater community. We see that this program will first and foremost serve students in West County, but I am confident that it would attract students from neighboring districts. Hence the study and the information that I've shared with you on multiple occasions that follow the flow of this initiative and the lease agreement that you approved this evening. So really, really excited about future possibilities. Greg's done an amazing job transforming the current Laguna program. As you're aware, and I announced last month in my SUPS report, we've moved the independent study program over to the Laguna campus. I see the vision of having 3 different strands under the Laguna High School umbrella. Laguna program, our traditional continuation model that is just going to continue to get better and better under Greg's leadership with the staff that he's built and our commitment to the 5 teachers there, right? The 4 teachers that are core and then the teacher that can do case management as well as electives. That 3rd strand is whatever we develop. If we get the grant, it's going to have a different look because we're going to have no resources. If we don't get the grant, we're going to have to start a little bit smaller, and we intend to build this program by grade level. So we'll launch with a freshman class. We've got some good prototypes and models from other programs, but we're going to make it our own. And the integrity of the community school in terms of the wraparound services and the 4 pillars that have been discussed, right? That's that additional support that students need to be successful. But if you remember the first presentation, Sheila showed the video, and I've shared that with you. That's the CDE's kind of short captured reflection on what is a community school. And that video ends with, what does a community school look like in your community? It's going to be different everywhere. And we want to build that educational program and those opportunities and the internship wheel that we see as potential for different engagement chances for kids to learn different skills. That's going to be a reflection of what our kids want. And that first cohort, well, we're going to have a framework based on the state requirements and the graduation requirements that we set and propose to the board. The potential for kids to earn A through G completion because they'll have the hybrid component with Edgenuity. The in-person structure that we want to focus on in terms of integrated content standards. We don't intend to teach it, here's your math teacher, here's your science teacher. We're going to integrate those content standards. Teachers can teach outside of their credentials. We're really going to create a dynamic experience for kids. And it's going to reflect the interest of whoever we recruit to be a part of that first cohort, right? Then that next cohort comes in and we learn with that freshman group, what is 10th grade going to look like? What's 11th grade going to look like? So there's some tremendous flexibility to really meet the interests of the families that have considered leaving the district because maybe the big school environment isn't their cup of tea. So just kind of reiterating things that I've expressed to the board and the community, through these series of meetings that have led us to this update. And the grant is going to be, submitted in December. And obviously we're trying to put our best foot forward with regard to the kind of framework the CDE's laid out and where they want to prioritize that funding, because initially the threshold for unduplicated in terms of consideration was 50%. Now they're looking for districts with 70%. So Laguna student population is mid-60s right now, which could change, which could increase. So really looking at this from two angles. We'd love to get the grant. We'd love to be able to further support students that are in need of those additional supports. But we also know that more affluent families and kids that maybe don't fall in those unduplicated categories are in search of something different, especially post-pandemic. So thank you, Sheila, and thank you, Greg, and more info to come, and the good work is going to continue.
Okay, I just want to say thank you, Chris, for putting it on the agenda. I asked for this to happen, so thank you so much, because I really think we need to get regular updates so that we know what's going on and we can be as excited as everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a few orders of business that I pass on to Julie. One, we have Greg Isom here, who is set to present at a later item, but Greg traveled many hours to get here, and I'd like to request that the board move him up next. And then the other is that we do have a policy in which that if the meeting is going to go past 10:30, that on or before 10:30, we have a motion to extend the meeting and set a designated time. So I'd like to make sure that the board can consider that order of business so we can continue the meeting, because there's still many items.
Okay.
I do have a comment on this last item. Sure. So do you want to talk about extending, we still have 15 minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, this is the second time I heard this presentation, because I heard the LCAP meeting too, so I had time to think about it twice. And I just want to call out a piece of information. I get a lot of questions from the community. I think we all got an email recently about the confusion of what exactly is a community school, because there's different community schools can mean different things to different people. And then in our case, we are also conflating community school with a non-comprehensive school model. They don't have to be the same thing. And one of the great things about a community school model is it provides great wraparound services for disadvantaged students that need extra support services. And then with this report, we heard that students really are preferring this site because legacy, they're thinking, oh, this is El Molino, and they have transportation issues. So they want to come to this campus. And then another thing that came up at the LCAP meeting was a discussion around being really careful not to track students, because this program, because it's not because it's a community school, but because it's non-comprehensive, unless kids want to go online with ingenuity and, crank out some A through G requirements, they're just going to end up graduating without the ability to choose to go on to a four-year school. And I just think that as we move through this process and think about it, we just really need to keep that at the front of our minds, because I think a lot of kids and families, when they're looking at choosing a school, they might not realize that in 8th and 9th grade. And we're providing all these great services to help lift people up out of poverty. And if we're then not giving them that opportunity to move on, we could actually end up be doing them a disservice. So I think just as we move forward with this non-comprehensive piece, I think we just really need to keep that at the forefront.
And I think that that's reflective of a lot of the information that I've heard and reiterated and shared, right? That's why we're exploring how we can create A through G opportunities. A lot of the families I spoke to that left from the data that I've shared and shown the board and the public in prior meetings, those families weren't looking for four-year opportunities, right? But we know they're out there. We know that there are kids that want to go directly to a four-year college and want to be eligible and be able to consider that, but still don't see themselves fitting into a large comprehensive high school. So we're mindful that that's at the forefront. How do we build a program that's dynamic and really provides multiple opportunities for any kind of kids' educational interests, but with respect to the fact that some kids just don't thrive in that big, busy environment?
Okay, and we need to talk about, lengthening the meeting. Do we need to vote on that?
Yes.
We need a motion.
Okay.
I move that we extend the meeting, and based on what we still have to do, I think we give ourselves another hour.
Is that enough? We do have to indicate a time for the policy.
So we can always extend it again if we have to, so I'm gonna say,
You can only extend it once.
well, then let's say midnight, and then we're done.
I don't know if I have the mental capacity to stay until midnight. Well, we can continue items. That's the option, that's the other option, it's not that these items wouldn't be seen.
Okay, well, Jane, you made a motion.
Yeah, I made a motion, not past midnight.
Anybody second it? All those. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No, all those opposed?
An abstention.
Abstention. Okay. All right, let's.
I recommend.
And then can we recommend, please, that D business services D1 be moved to now? Do we have to vote on that?
No.
Okay. We're doing it. Go ahead, come on up.
Come on up, Greg.
Come on down.
And then I think we need to then move to our, tag department, our CT report.
I think
And maybe food services.
Yeah.
we have Jess here too.
And Jess, I know, thanks, Jess.
We're sorry.
Hi, Greg.
Okay.
Evening.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Talk fast.
You wanna do it? You? Wanna lead it in?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, I asked for some direction with regard to exploring the idea of engaging in a contract with Mr. Isom and Isom Associates.
Advisors.
Advisors, I know his name, to conduct polling to feel out, you know, the community's interests in a potential bond measure. And what you have attached to this item is a proposed contract not to exceed 12,500. Many of you are already familiar with Mr. Isom. He's very familiar with us and our community and our county. So I'm going to turn it over to him to talk a little bit more about the process, but answer any specific questions that the trustees may
Julie,
have.
can I, interject here, and can we make a motion, please, so maybe get it done right the first time? So I'd like to move that we, authorize the contract with Isom Advisors for the community survey regarding the feasibility of a new bond measure in the amount of 12,500.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Greg Isom, Isom Advisors. Whoops.
You did, okay, good here.
Go ahead, sorry.
All good. Greg Isom, Isom Advisors. Super excited to be here. I've probably done 5 to 6 surveys for Western County High School District with its bonds and its parcel taxes. I've been working with the district since I think 2009. And so I think what has been brought forth to me was, is there an opportunity to potentially do a bond in 2024? If so, what could it look like? And the first step is, if you guys are interested, is to kind of, you know, ask the community what their opinion is. And so we would do a random sampling survey of 400 registered voters that match the demographics of those who are going to show up on election day in November. You know, so, you know, if your demographics are 14% Republicans, 63% Democrats, 23% Independents, it's gonna look just like that. And 41% of your voters are 65 and older, so it's gonna look something similar to that. So we have a true representation of what your community is. And even though, you know, you have 35,000 voters, the goal is really just to get 400 people. That's what you call like the scientific study within the margin of error, plus or minus 5%. So within the survey, we'd ask, you know, very similar questions to what we did back in 2018, even back in 2020 and 2011, which is, and what I want to do is compare those results with what the results look like today to see, has there been any movement? How do people feel about the district? How do people feel about the quality of education? How do people feel about potential projects? How do people feel about tax rates? And then ultimately provide that information back to you guys, so you guys can make an informed decision on if this is something you want to pursue in the fall, or if you just say, thank you for the information. No, we're not interested, we're gonna move on. So the survey, it doesn't commit you to doing a bond in the fall, it's just gathering information to make an informed decision.
Question. Yeah, Greg, what are the questions that were asked? Because I wasn't here in 2011 and 2018.
So generally the questions at the beginning, you always throw a softball question, would you say education's moving in the right direction or the wrong direction? How do you rate the quality of education provided by West Orange County Union High School District? Do you agree with the statement that I'm opposed to taxes of any kind at this time? Oh, then we ask, how would you rate the quality of education? Or how would you rate these aspects of the district from teachers, principals, superintendent, board managing its finances? Then we ask a general bond question, would you vote yes or would you vote no, based off of, 75 word ballot language. Then we ask about 10 facility questions. Do you want to do new buildings? Do you want to do leaky roofs? Do you want to fix HVAC, whatever it is? Then we ask the tax rate questions in specific order. Then we ask the bond question again. Then we ask, do you have any children or grandchildren that have ever lived within the district boundaries? I try to go fast for you.
I got it. So you would need from us that list of potential projects?
Yeah, I mean, probably what I would do is I would draft like a survey draft, somewhere in Sebastopol, and send it to the team and say, hey, does this look conceptually of what your bond potentially could look like? Because once again, it's 10 questions based off of, I don't know, $80 million. I don't know what your needs are right now. So it's gonna be pretty generalized unless there's like a key marquee project that you guys really want to do. It's gonna be pretty general questions.
Do you, as part of your demographics, do you, try to include people from the entire area that goes to county? And do you also break it down by economic status?
Economic, no. Geography, yes.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Community,
You guys got.
Oh, yeah. I lived out there. Any community
Hey,
questions?
Jared.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You gotta.
I know that a lot of we heard from there, but I learned. My question is really more of a comment. I strongly suggest that you also include questions regarding the consolidation and the way that people feel after it. Because I know that there is a lot of sour feeling in this community after the consolidation, and 65% of your tax base is out here. And I know that frankly, I work at Annalee High School and I don't know if I would vote for it.
Okay, anything else?
All right.
And Greg, would that be something you would recommend to include?
I'm in the middle, because I think the survey results, when you take a look at the list of voters from Forestville or Guerneville or Monterey, it'll show in the survey regardless if you were to ask that question.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But I'm not opposed to it if you guys felt really strongly, how do you feel about the, consolidation? I mean, I think, I might as well ask a question do you want to raise your taxes by X amount, and you can sway it the other way? What if you knew that this was going to improve your property values? I try to not sway and just have just a true base case, but I believe that the answer will come out on how voters feel about the consolidation will come out in the survey.
Whether we ask.
Whether you ask it or not, you'll know. I'm really curious to see the results of this one. I have no idea.
Vote, all those in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me up.
I think we should move both the staff presentations.
Okay, where are they?
And then just.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's do that. What number are they?
Heidi was next.
Heidi?
Come on up, Judy.
I don't know where you are on here, but
You're next.
Education services. On ed services. All right, so I'm gonna put my other hat on. Yes, I get to serve as the district CTE TOSA, and I wanted to give some highlights for this year. I know I haven't, been able to do this at a board meeting ends, but there's some amazing things in our program. And like Chuck kind of stole my thunder earlier, we are gonna do a CTE online auction, which I just realized how I spelled online wrong twice, cool. Anyway, sorry, we're gonna launch on Monday. It's been a long week and it's only Wednesday. It's fine. So I'll start with some quick things to celebrate. This year, we're gonna celebrate 95 total pathways completed. That means there's 95 seniors who walk the stage. Sorry, there's gonna be 74 seniors that walk the stage wearing the sign saying they're a pathway completer, representing 95 pathways completed. We get to pilot cohorts next year. Colonial will be our first CTE cohort that gets to be piloted. Right now, we have 11 dual enrolled internships at Annalee High School. And I know that there's some over at Laguna as well, which we are the highest in the county as far as the districts goes. And that's the work with that Stacey Fortin's been doing. We've been awarded over $1 million in state and federal grants this year. Waiting to hear on more. We have about $3.2 million of the grants out. The state has pushed the Golden State Pathways grant announcement back. It was supposed to be April 9th, and now it just says April to May. So hopefully it's before the treasury buys, right? And then we are, so far, our students have earned over 480 industry certifications that are industry recognized certifications that can go on their resumes. That's from food safety handlers to AgLine, our youth for quality assurance of animals, and so on and so forth. So all great things that are going in there. I have a few more, I don't know how many that if got all the way around. I don't want to read all of this. This breaks down every pathway or every sector, but highlights Old West County. Last year, one of the films that was in Old West County won the AV film, student film competition in Healdsburg this last weekend for best high school film. Old West County just got the sold out event again with all the short films. Spring dance show finished last week and it was amazing. Sports med, I was able to get a CTE Foundation internship that's going to support opportunities to enhance educational programs and opportunities, including helping hire a certified sports trainer to be at athletic events and allow students to be with it as interns at those athletic events. So it opens our internship opportunities because we'll have a certified sport trainer there. Plus the CPR certifications and all that. Culinary, like they said, Spark Future Champions 2 years in a row. Continuing articulation with SRJC's hospitality, the Hospitality 10 course. One of the things that is adjusting with that course is SRJC has redone the curriculum to include some kitchen items, which is kind of adding a little bit of a hiccup, but not a hiccup, a barrier a little bit in our curriculum or our master schedule plan for next year, because we essentially need rooms for 10 kitchen sections, and between the 5 or 7 sections to be done annually, 2 in our current bell schedule, we have 9. And so that's some adjustments that we're working there. Chef May and students and Sarah have been going out and doing cooking demos at the farmers markets, and they've been hired for many community events for catering. Wood shop, they have between the Laguna kids and the Annalee kids, we have 10 current seniors in the 2024 North Bay Construction Corps program. Mr. Packard has been taking courses with North Bay Construction Corps also to kind of build the construction component of the wood shop to enhance less of the cabinetry and more of the construction management part of it. So we're excited about that. As you guys all heard, Mr. Hayes is retiring, but he has, I mean, all the amazing things that he does is still continuing. And this year they made more solar suitcases. So it went to Uganda to provide light to a school that otherwise had no power. The ag one down at the bottom, plant sale pancakes this weekend, end of the year break went next week. We have hired a new teacher, board approved hopefully tonight, to fill my position as I transition to the CTE full-time CTE TOSA. Our fabrication team has placed top 5 in all of the contests that we've been to so far, and we have our last contest this season on Friday, or this coming, so 2 days in Thomas. We'll have over 60 animal projects at fair this year, and so as we get closer, we'll have a schedule and some letters out to you guys so you know when the kids are showing. And next fall, we get to offer 2 CCAP dual enrolled courses to students in the ag business and the advanced agriculture courses, with more classes to be added. So our students in agriculture will be able to take SRJC courses
alongside of the annual course to get dual enrollment opportunities. And those are all UC and CSU transferable. And that is the first department of hopefully all or many that we get to work towards with that. So that was my quick CTE update. There's more info if you'd like more info, let me know, or one more info, let me know. I will send out the auction link. I was actually working back there building it. We have about 15 lots between wood shop, metal shop, dance, floral, culinary, catering classes, dance classes, all sorts of things. So essentially most of the sectors in CTE have come together to create a virtual online auction with all sorts of things to represent our programs, and all proceeds would go back to enhancing student opportunities for next year.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much. This is a lot of work, and it's phenomenal what we're doing in our CTE programs. And I am just so proud to be able to go out into the community and talk about what it is we do. So thanks for this cheat sheet, because I can share it.
Absolutely. Great. Perfect. And then the next one, I believe, is, and then correct me if I'm wrong, it's the CCAP one. Is that CCAP or Stronger Coursework first?
CCAP.
Okay, so CCAP MOU is the MOU that is essentially allowing us to teach those, creating an agreement with SRJC so we can teach those CCAP deliverable courses. Currently, Ms. King and I are going through the interview process with SRJC so we can actually be the SRJC teacher on record for those courses. The other way CCAP courses are done is that SRJC provides a teacher to come in during our bell schedule and teach that course. Sometimes it's online, sometimes it's hybrid. There's a lot of different ways it goes, but this is the foundation to that agreement, opening up worlds of opportunity.
And so this is just an opportunity to highlight this work, and Christy Cowson, our new vice principal, whose contract you'll be approving later in the agenda, has been the lead for SCO on this and has worked closely with Heidi and some of our other staff. We had some things to iron out. Heidi did some legwork that really helped put all of the minds at ease by contacting STRS in terms of what the CCAP agreement and the impact of our teachers going adjunct, and if it affected necessarily their FTE with us, if SRGC were to pick up a section, right? We didn't want them to, impact their STRS. So that was ironed out. We're really excited about this. SRGC's board, as I wrote in the agenda item, will approve this, and then we'll bring it back for ratification. But we really just wanted to highlight this. Dual enrollment through CCAP is the only way that it would show up on the dashboard with regard to our college indicator. We know where we do really, really well and where we need to improve. So I'm excited. I'm also grateful that our ag teachers are willing to kind of extend themselves, but it's a win-win all the way around. But I think it gives us an opportunity if the JC does pick up the cost of that section. Could we look at adding that section back in a different way, right? Where it might be needed. So super, super cool, and love to look to, because we obviously weren't able to sustain our ASL program. Can we look to the JC to provide, through the agreement, provide their teachers, since we don't have an ASL teacher, and run ASL 2 through the CCAP agreement, so that those students who did it in ASL 1, and earlier in, during my super report, I talked about the DHH program that is going to be emerging over at Santa Rosa High School. I mean, I think there's just an opportunity to support students that have deaf and hard of hearing needs, but also students who are interested in ASL that could maybe support, right? The pipeline for interpreters, worked really hard to get that rolling. So potential with ag, they've kind of, been the springboard in terms of their willingness to do this. Potential for so many other courses that we can offer and provide more expansion for our students. So thank you, Heidi.
Real quick, well, I also think it keeps our students in our district.
Yeah.
So they don't go elsewhere where they can get dual enrollment. And so I think it's really, really, really valuable for us.
And just real quick on that, on your dashboard numbers, we don't actually capture all the dual enrollment courses that kids go to SRJC and take. They only counts for CCAP. And so this is one way to help with that and kind of mitigate that number. Because when I first looked at it, I was like, 0%, are you kidding me? Like, no. And then I realized, oh no, we don't have the right dual enrollment. So through your board policy change, through all that, we're able to actually implement this. And
ag is not the only one, but there are other programs on campus that offer the right classes to where we could potentially, not next year, potentially down the road, offer complete AST programs to where kids can graduate, sports medicine is one, but where kids can graduate in high school diploma and an AA or an AST that's transferable.
So I have a question for you, Maggie. Are all of the classes that they take in person at the JC? Or will there be an opportunity for teachers from the JC? I'm thinking especially about the ASL. There's actually one of the students that we met with on Tuesday is one that took it 1 year and is now like, what can I do? I want to take the next one.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility that an SRJC professor would come to our campus?
So the CCAP agreement is saying that SRJC teacher comes to our campus during our bell schedule and teaches a section to our students, to only ALM students. And part of that is it says like SRJC will not reimburse the district, but they pay for that section. Now that section is per semester. And so as far as freeing up money, we gotta remember it's one section for like one semester. There's still another semester of that class on our schedule.
Does it count for, like, if you do go to the JC and you take something for one semester, it counts for a high school full year?
Yes.
3 times the credit.
Yeah, 3 times credit. But that dual enrollment where kids, like we have a lot of kids who go to the fire academy or the fire programs, those courses, like we don't get to take credit. SRJC takes credit on those on the dashboard.
Right.
But we would be able to, SRJC gets to capture some data, but we also get to capture data through CCAP agreements.
But if an ASL teacher comes,
yes,
they can take it fall
yes.
semester.
Yes.
And it's like they take
it's like a full year. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Any other questions before we move on to strong workforce?
This will be potentially supported, hopefully. There's 2 CCAP grants out that we'll find out June 30th is the announcement. But I did write a CCAP grant for $100,000 for Emily and for Laguna to open this opportunity up at both sites. So we're just in limbo waiting for that right now.
Okay, so we're going to number 5, right?
Does that MOU?
Should we have this?
That's an action item. So I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the proposed MOU for strong workforce and strong workforce.
The one we just talked about was the CCAP one.
Yes.
Yes.
We haven't done the strong workforce yet.
They're making a motion. That's how they should start.
Okay, sorry. I thought you had to vote on the other MOU first.
No, it's not a votable item.
Cool.
It's just a read.
Okay.
Seconded. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, so strong workforce, that is the big grant that I actually wrote in September. We awarded some money. Now they're saying, okay, now to get the money, you have to do the MOUs. And so we have 2 different strong workforce grants out. The first is the Annaly grant. This is in your board packet. The Annaly SWP grant is geared towards our socioeconomically disadvantaged students and their CTE pathway completion rates. We were awarded $767,886 to be used through June 30th of 2026. This grant will fund the support of our SCD students in CTE pathways outreach events tailored to our community, the expansion of our internship program, and the beginning steps of integrated cohorts on the Annaly campus. The CT teachers will receive professional development tailored to supporting our SCD students, as well as collaboration events. The purpose of this MOU is to finalize this agreement between the district and the BACCC, which is the Bay Area Community College Consortium.
Any questions
on that, the Annaly one?
on the board?
We'll vote on both at the same time.
I'll talk about the consortium website.
Okay.
Okay, so since 2016, West Sonoma County Union High School District has been part of the North Coast Ag Partners Consortium. The past few rounds of funding has launched the Ag Science Pathway at both sites, purchasing ag vehicles, expanding the greenhouse and garden areas, and so on and so forth. That's how we got our ag business, ag chemistry, or ag bio, ag chemistry, and advanced single ag courses. For the SWP round 6, the previous NCAP program specialist decided she no longer wanted to coordinate our region because she lives in the North Far North region and she was doing both. And it was just too much for her to handle. And so she approached me knowing that I was working toward a CTE coordinator thing. And she says, looks like you have free time. Why not? Absolutely not. But anyway, so I took it on, and by being the program specialist, this also creates the
work around or work with for our district to the LEA on the grant. This consortium, it was awarded $758,946 to serve 8 different ag programs through June 30th to 26th already. Also, the 8 sites are Annalee, Tamales, Sonoma Valley, Half Moon Bay, Livermore, Healdsburg, St. Helena, and Petaluma High School. The MOUs presented outline the agreements between each school, the district, and the consortium, and in the consortium with our district. The consortium grant supports integration of technology curriculum into our existing pathways, our agriculture pathways, professional development and career development field days, like the ones you guys got to experience here a few weeks ago, for FFA members and local 4-H clubs.
Any questions?
Great work.
Thank you. Ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Heidi. Number 6, right?
Move, we are, but I think it'd be nice to
What are we
have.
moving?
Jess,
Jess.
Yeah,
Okay, which-
that is, I was that for
Four.
B4.
D4.
D4.
Update and
Consideration of approval.
a price increase to pay meals.
Can I have a motion?
So.
I'll second.
Okay,
It's not an action, it's just a
That
discussion.
that is an action item because although we're coming to you for compliance in adjusting the paid meal price for the adult paid meal. We have the opportunity to also hear that from the food service.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you,
yeah.
Andrew.
So I'm pleased to have Jessica Lyons here tonight, our new food service coordinator. It started in August. In August, she's done an excellent and amazing job. And really looking at the food service and the vision of the cafeteria is really an extension of the classroom. It's really helping the students in their student academic achievement and really looking at how serving nourishing their needs and well-being for all students, regardless of ability to pay. And I think that with the state of California taking the universal meals approach, and I hope that continues, and I'm sure it's going to continue to paying for all meals regardless of eligibility, regardless of need. So the state backfilling whether you're paid, free, or reduced. So with that, I'd like to take the opportunity to have Jess provide us an update with food service, and then we'll get to the compliance piece at the end.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm Jess, also a mom of a senior at Annalee here, so I just dropped her off at home because she has an AP test in the morning too, so. Okay, so to begin, slide 2, the next slide. We have updated the serving lines at Annalee. As you know, we have a main serving room and a serving window both located in the cafeteria. And so my goal was to give the students more of a food court type feel, get them in there. We now have 2 names for the areas with 2 different themes. So we have the Entree of the Day Cafe, which is that main serving room, in which we feature a rotating menu of main dishes with 2 fresh salad and fruit bars. And then we have the pizza and grill window, which is that smaller snack shack room within the cafeteria, which we feature student favorites daily, like pizza by the slice, cheeseburgers, spicy chicken sandwiches, burritos. They love the spicy chicken sandwiches. Okay, and yeah, so now we've also been updating our menu to spotlight more healthy scratch cooking and a wide variety of flavors and culinary experiences. So we now serve fresh baked goods every Monday morning, including cinnamon buns, a variety of scones, muffin bars. Other student favorites we have during the week are those Dutch waffles that look like funnel cakes, but they're actually good for you. Fruit and granola parfaits and egg bagel sandwiches. Next slide. We have expanded our lunch menu to include a variety of new entrees in the Entree of the Day Cafe, to include items like coconut mango curry chicken over lemon rice, banh mi balls with bowls with jalapeno meatballs and fresh shaved cucumber salad, tamales, and much more. We also now make a variety of entree salads, including chef salads, Asian-inspired chicken salad, fiesta salads, and Caesar salads that the kids can go and get a complete meal. All the components are within there. They just grab them and run. Oh, no, go back one. There we go. We now have incorporated more side salad options to our menus, trying to get those veggies in the kids. Entree of the Day Cafe has those 2 salad bars for the students to grab after they've already picked out their entrees. And now we also offer new pre-made side salads that we serve out of the pizza and grill window, as well as veggie and dip cups with hummus. Just trying to get them intrigued. And at first we got a little worried, you know, the kids look at green and they usually run the other way, but they're flying off the shelf and we were cleared out of them every day. Yeah. So then we now also include corresponding vegetarian options with all of our menus, including a barbecue tofu sandwich with coleslaw on those pulled pork days. We make what we like to call our chick-un bowls with mashed potatoes. And then we are also offering vegetarian breakfast burritos and egg sandwiches. And next year, we're looking to start incorporating more vegan and gluten-free options as well, as we can like find ways to afford it, because some of those can be a little budget work. But new equipment at Annalee. We were able to purchase new serving line equipment for the Entree of the Day Cafe with the help of Kitchen Infrastructure and Training Grant. As you can see, the before and after, it's pretty dramatic. So next slide. We now have more modern and matching hot and cold units, as well as end cap display cases, which feature our deli sandwiches and the entree salads and 100% juice varieties. We even have a new milk cart, who everyone lovingly calls Bessie. She gets a lot of love. And it was really special watching the students come in after we installed the new equipment. We did it over a break and they came into this whole new room. Many of them went out after they already got their meals, grabbed their friends and made them go back through the lunch line just to check out the new fancy cafeteria. They seemed really proud of the glow up, as they called it. With our new cold units, we were able to repurpose the sleek black Cambro salad bars that we already had in there, the 2 pictures on the left and the right side there, to share carts and topping carts that are now in the cafeteria area. So if kids get their complete meal and there's a part of it that maybe they don't really want it, as long as it's a packaged or a solid fruit, they can go ahead and put it on the share cart. And that way kids who maybe didn't get enough to eat, even with the complete meal, can go out there. And we tried to make it look really nice, not dumpy, so that it's more like they're shopping for that extra meal item. We've also streamlined the pizza and grill window by removing unnecessary equipment. And over winter break, I did a major overhaul inside the kitchen, removing unnecessary shelving, and brought in new, taller, more ergonomic prep tables for the staff. So here we go. We have begun taking down some of the outdated posters and banners, and we've replaced them with more modern, age-appropriate images and signage, including 2 banners with new serving line names. Like the entree, you've had the banners before. Next slide. We've included colorful laminated signs offering suggestions on ways to create healthy and complete meals. And next slide. We even had a Mary Beth Smith's graphic production technology class design and print us that banner on the top there that now hangs in the cafeteria with the new food services logo on it. And next slide. We have begun breakfast before school at Annalee. Students now have the option to either grab breakfast before school or their breakfast at brunch. We open one line of the pizza and grill window from 8:10 to 8:25 in the morning for students to come and grab a bite before school if they need. We feature hot breakfast burritos as well as other grab and go items. And we even turn on some classic rock in the morning to wake the kids up a little bit. It works. At the moment, we average between only 10 to 20 students who are actually grabbing that early morning breakfast because it's still so new. We just started this in April, but we figure next year, if we start this program at the beginning of the year, especially with 9th graders that have the first period, we'll grow that program. And then next one, and social media, because I had to figure out a way to get the kids to know what was being served in each line. And the only way I could figure to do that was social media. So we begun an Instagram account that we post the menu up each day, each morning, to engage them and keep them informed. With the 2 serving windows, again, it just helps them know which line to go to, so they're not wasting their time going, what do I want? They can go get their food. They have more time to eat. We currently have 174 followers and are gaining many each day. And the next step of this is we're hoping soon to be able to project these daily menus in the classrooms using Vivi. So the kids just are, and they're, even if they don't have a social media account, they'll be able to see it. With Laguna, we've coincided our updated menu, and we're in the process of improving the food service side of services over at Laguna. We were awarded an equipment assistance grant, which we will be using to put in some new equipment in their serving room, update it, a little bit nicer. And we're looking next year to move a salad bar over as well, so they have an actual fresh salad bar to choose from too. And I've been working with Greg, and we're gonna fine tune the food services there, kind of trying to turn it into a program that the kids can be excited about participating in. Okay, and here we go, the boring part, no more food. So we ask you to consider an increase in the adult meal pricing to meet the USDA school food compliance regulations. Next slide. Currently, adult meal prices are $3.87 for breakfast and $5.60 for lunch. The USDA provides an adult meal pricing tool annually to calculate minimum pricing, and then advises school food authorities to take that minimum price and adjust it for cost of food and increase in labor costs accordingly to however we see that needing to happen. So next slide. This is the calculator, the little tool. After running these calculations to comply with USDA regulations, we propose setting the adult meal prices to $4 for breakfast and $6 for lunch. Keeping in mind that these calculations are based on this year's reimbursement rates, which we expect will fluctuate. Federal reimbursement rates are based on consumer price index for food away from home, and we could see a 4% plus increase in that. We just don't know just yet. State reimbursement rates are based on the cost of living adjustment, and we also expect to see that. Yeah. So because we can't really be certain until July what these rates might look like, which is when they release the CPI, because they're always a month behind. We may need to revisit this matter later, but we feel like with this adjustment, we're hoping this small price increase will be sufficient to keep us in compliance. And so that's that. And last slide, yeah. And just thank you for your time. And I look forward to continuing to grow this program. It's been a pleasure to serve the students in this community. How many adult meals do you serve typically, like either week, month, that like you have a ballpark number? I probably breakfast, usually maybe 1 or 2. And lunchtime, we've been seeing an uptick since we've changed the menu up, so maybe like 10 at most, but that would be a busy day. So it's not very many. Right. Yeah. I mean, it looks good. Yeah, it's not like a apartment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you go in any restaurant, it's a huge place. Well, I came from the restaurant industry, so I'm right.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Jessica.
Thank you.
I've heard that the kids absolutely love the Asian food.
Oh, good. Yes, the curry and the banh mi bowl were just flying off the shelf, so.
Mark, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, let's vote. Those in favor? Aye. We did. Oh, who made the motion? I missed it. You made the motion.
You said.
I did, okay, you wanted to make me to go with that. Let's get.
Okay, so we are on consideration of approval, arts, music, and stuff, huh? Yes. Okay. Art, where was that? Consideration of approval of arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant.
Block grant plan.
Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Also.
Okay.
So this grant is truly discretionary. There are 8 different options in terms of allowable expenditures as reflected in the plan. In discussing this with the LCAP Educational Partner Committee earlier in the year, we identified some interest in terms of how these monies could potentially be spent. We've been able to meet those interests and address some of those suggestions with other funding sources. So, you know, as it's proposed, we feel it would be in the best interest of the district because under option, I believe, 6, I'd have to look at the plan. Either way, the operational expenses are something that are allowed with benefits. So benefits typically are expended in the general fund. So we're proposing using $700,000 of this grant to offset the cost of benefits, and then previously Chromebooks to spark the 1-to-1 initiative were purchased in bond monies. Obviously, that's not feasible anymore, and so we have this initiative, and we have to replenish 500 Chromebooks each year for the incoming class. That's an extraordinary financial burden on the district. So to offset next year's Chromebook replenishment, we're proposing putting the remaining $245,000 into the Chromebook replenishment. So $700,000 in benefits, $245,000 in Chromebooks, and we have other funding sources that can purchase curriculum, additional staffing, as we talked about, and Debbie noted, we made the decision to fly an additional family engagement facilitator. So as you know, Andrew and I, we look at the funding sources, we look at spending the most restrictive monies first. We look at the one-time monies and what are the expenditure deadlines, and this grant was obviously allocated to us in the prior year, but the expenditure deadline is 2 years ago, so we have 2 years to spend that money. And we feel as though this is the most appropriate way to use this particular funding source, because either way you're spending the money, and it just makes sense in terms of our needs and where we think we can allocate these resources and still address some of the other needs that were suggested to us by our partners.
Questions? Questions? Okay, we ready to vote? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Night, Ray.
Bye,
Bye,
Greg.
Greg.
Thank you.
Consideration of approval of recommended revisions from CSBA March 2024 updates for policies and regulations. I need a motion.
I have some comments on them first, so maybe rather than making a motion that needs to be revised.
Well, I also can address maybe your comments ahead of time, because I've looked at policies.
Well, we're gonna do the policy,
Yeah.
the way we do it, and then we'll, if we have to revise it, we will. So I need somebody.
I move that we approve the CSBA March 2024 updates for policies and regulations.
And I will second.
And I would just recommend that we pull regulation 5126, because I need to be able to pull in a process regarding how awards such as the biodiversity award is determined. That's new language from track changes, and I want to make sure that it's addressed. And it wasn't something that was previously required, and a lot of that language in the BP is optional. So that was just an oversight on my part. The counseling team has a process, so I'll need to just get a little bit of a narrative from them. It's a real minor issue, but it was pointed out by Trustee Ramirez. So the other one that was pointed out to me was a suggestion, and we talked about this last month, to look at BP 9320 regarding the designated time and location of regular meetings. And obviously, we have a board-approved calendar, and it was suggested by a trustee that we don't include all of the meeting dates, so the information there is just standard 6 p.m. And with obviously the fact that we agreed to rotate the location, so some further direction there would be helpful, but I don't know that it's necessary to include that in the policy, because as it's reflected, we could include it as an attachment there, so.
And so on that one, just to chime in, because the reason I had the question about that one, we talked about that last time, and then when I was reviewing them, in the track changes instructions, it actually says from CSB, Ed Code 35140 and Government Code 54954, mandate the board fix the time and location for its regular meetings by rule and regulation. So we decided to take it out because we weren't looking at the track changes piece in the meeting that day.
Well, I saw that, but I'm just wondering if we felt that the attachment of the board approved calendar, since that's something that's brought before the board, was sufficient, rather than me replicating that in a policy. I don't have an issue doing that.
It just says mandate.
But we have it though,
Right.
in terms of attached to the policy,
Right,
right?
I don't think we should put it in here because it changes and then it doesn't make, then we're not following the policy.
But to Debbie's point, we do have to fix
But
the
we
board
can-
meetings, we have the calendar, is
We
that's
just-
attachment
We
to the
attach
policy.
it as an addendum.
Right, so if that goes in with that, because I think what this is saying from CSBA is just that it must be included.
But that's why I included the attachment to the policy. It said, please see attached. If you looked at my revision from last month, what's in front of you shows, please see the attached board approved calendar. That was updated before we posted this agenda. And then let's see the other policy that you had questions regarding regulation 5144, discipline, and you weren't.
Oh,
sure
yeah, I
where
just
to
have
find it.
questions about that.
That's in the comprehensive safety plan
Yeah.
and the student handbook, which is located on our website. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to help move us along.
Yeah, and I did, well, yeah, but I mean, still, there's a new piece here, and I just had some questions about it on the second page. And I just wanted to understand what the plans are for implementing this piece. Says when a
I was gonna
student,
get to that.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want me to read it?
I have it in front of me.
But for the
Yeah.
for the group, who might not.
Sure.
When a student has been suspended or other means of correction have been implemented against the student for an incident of racist bullying, harassment, or intimidation, the principal or designee shall engage both the victim and the perpetrator in a restorative justice practice suitable to the needs of the students. The principal or designee shall also require the perpetrator to engage in a culturally sensitive program that promotes racial justice and equity and combats racism and ignorance, and shall regularly check on the victim to ensure that the victim is not in danger of suffering from any long-lasting mental health issues. So that's a new piece that came to us. And so with that new piece, my question isn't about necessarily changing this, but how are we as a district implementing that piece?
So because that's a new piece, we're going to have to look at the follow-through component. But I can tell you how, without that kind of mandated language in this policy, being that that didn't exist, that doesn't mean that we weren't aware and making, targeted efforts to, improve our restorative processes.
Correct.
Through, the DEI framework and the work that we've done, our new administration having more of a restorative philosophy. So I feel like it's been implemented at an appropriate level this year. In terms of some of that specific language of follow through, that's gonna need to be addressed for next year with our counseling teams, and any disciplinary situations once this policy is updated that might occur the rest of this year. But I think that's something that, Anita talked about tonight in her report. That's part of the work that she does in terms of facilitating restorative circles and meeting with students and checking in on them. So.
I guess the piece that that stood out to me is this isn't just a good idea anymore.
No, it's
It's it's mandated.
Yeah.
And so there should be something in place, because it's something that I hear feedback from students that it doesn't always happen. And that they wish that it did. So when I read through this policy and I saw that that was going to be in here now, I just wanted to make sure that we were working, I know we might not have it yet, but that we're working on.
Yeah, there's language in the framework and specific actions that will help us to make sure that this is implemented. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So we're gonna pull 5126. We'll revise with the process that the counselors use to determine awards such as the biliteracy.
Okay, so Julie, all you have to do is say you amend your motion to exclude that number. Whatever that number is.
AR 5126.
Okay. And who did?
I seconded.
Okay.
And I will amend my second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, first reading of recommended revisions from CSBA March 2024 updates for policy and regulations.
So these were the policies that specifically with regard to 4118, 4118 AR, 4140, 4240, 4340 bargaining units, and 4218 dismissal suspension, and AR 4218 dismissal suspension. So the HR items had, specific language that advised us to consult with legal. So me and I scheduled some time and forwarded these policies to Lisa from F3. And she was able to review that information with me. We believe the policies are updated appropriately. And then because of the questions that have come up regarding lease agreements and such, I wanted Lisa to review the new updates to board bylaw 9323.2 actions by the board. The exhibit number 2 is a deletion, and that was in CSBA's recommendations. So exhibit 1 would replace current exhibit 1. Any questions?
First reading of proposed new textbook for social science world history.
So meeting the interests of our staff and looking at revising curriculum and updating our textbooks for core. If you recall, last year we invested in new Spanish curriculum across the board. The social studies covers world, US, GovEcon. Last year we also purchased new AP Micro curriculum. So it's been something as it comes up. What I've asked the administration to do is work with the department chairs and their teachers to look at where the curriculum needs to be updated. We've been really fiscally responsible with regard to allocating $200,000 each year for potential curriculum adoption, but when the curriculum is adopted, that means that we do have some money that we can spend on curriculum updates. One of the other things that we're doing with everything that we purchased for Annalee High School is also purchasing 20 copies for the school. So this quote will be revised to reflect the 20 copies that Greg needs for his new social studies teacher.
Any questions? Okay, first reading of proposed textbooks for science.
Same thing. So this is, if you remember last year, Kimber Corey and the science team developed a new course, Earth, Space, and Environmental Science. It's essentially going to cover the physical science graduation requirement, and it's going to have physics components, but it's not going to be as rigorous with regard to Math 2 concepts, which is a struggle for some of our students. So this is the textbook that they've determined would be most appropriate for the course. And then again, before I bring it back for approval, after it runs through its time for that second read, you'll have a revised quote because Greg's also implementing this course with Josh.
Okay, any questions? No. First reading of proposed new supplementary textbook for AP language and composition.
So these are just some additional novels that the English department has requested to get into the mix. And obviously we keep a running list of all approved novels. I also would like to note that one of our new special education teachers kind of surprised us with an inquiry, wanted the approved list of novels so that you can get a look at what we've already been using. That was kind of cool. And so I put him in touch with Karen. So I thought that was just a sidebar. You know, the teachers are doing a really great job at looking at their curriculum, making sure that it's, you know, it's not just the standardized, but also expands in different areas. And with English, the teachers teach it through novels. The standards come through novels, not from a standardized textbook, which I think is the, you know, the right way to do it for the SOP. So more novels.
Okay, any questions? No. Great. Okay, business.
Can we put all of those on consent calendar?
For the second read? I mean, I believe that you have the ability to do that, absolutely, and I can attach the quote, the revised quotes to the consent.
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay. Business services, consideration of approval of 2022-2023 Measure A Facilities Bond Audit Report. I need a motion.
I move.
Thank you, Andrew. I'll second.
We approve the bond.
Go ahead.
All right, so tonight we have the bond audit report. It went to the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee on April 18th. They reviewed that, they approved it. And so it's before you tonight. It was an unmodified report. It meets all the obligations set out in the bond, following all the rules.
No audit finding.
No audit finding. Unmodified.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Uh-oh, people are calling to check on me. Okay. Trying to know where I, someone cares about where I am.
I'm surprised I didn't get a text.
Okay,
Where are you?
where the heck are you? Yeah. Where the heck am I? Oh, consideration of approval of AB 1200 public disclosure of
Partial tax.
Parcel tax.
What?
Item
Number
3.
Item 3 first, D3.
Parcel tax measure, whatever.
How come I have all that crossed off already? Huh, okay, consideration of approval of jumping ahead, 2022-2023 parcel tax measure B audit report.
Well,
We
moved.
already did that. The guy talked about it.
That was the bond. This is a bond report.
Oh, I thought you did that.
So
Okay,
moved.
go ahead.
Second.
Okay, second.
No second.
Who's talking about that? You are.
All right, so we received the parcel tax audit ending June 30. And again, no audit finding, no modified report. Everything they were spending the bonds or the parcel tax funds on are for the motor improvement.
We're following all the rules.
Following all the rules.
Questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now are we on 5?
Yes.
Consideration of approval of AB 1200 public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement for the California School Employees Association, Chapter 172. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll be a second.
All right, so bring to you the CSEA collective bargaining agreement. Public disclosure saying that we can afford the tandem negotiated agreement that is coming up in human resources. Superintendent and chief business official have signed off on the agreement, submitted to the Sonoma County Office of Education. They reviewed it and provided their comments, and everything is good.
All right. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, human resources. Wake up, Mia.
Wait. I was gonna let Chris present this one, but since it's not here, I'll wait for the emotion.
Okay, Consideration of approval of tentative agreement between the West Sonoma County Union High School District and the California School Employees Association. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
So the district and CSBA did come to a tentative agreement to settle negotiations for next school year. And I did just highlight in the cover sheet, the agreement, but the tentative agreement, the large document was included in your packet. And that included a new salary schedule and a lot of language that we did. We went through the contract line by line by line and did a lot of work. And we did make a lot of adjustments with some increases to longevity pay. And the only increases included changing some of the, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing here.
It's only 11.
I know. We eliminated ranges 21, 22, 23, and we did a 10.3 salary increase to ranges 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a 9% salary increase for ranges 30 to 32, and a 1% salary increase to range 53. And the rest of the increases to the other items are included, but we did revise a couple of the job descriptions as well. Any questions?
Thanks for all your hard work.
Thanks for your hard work on this.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Great. Consideration of approval of employment contract for Consortium Director of Special Education, Sarah Goals. Need a motion?
Second.
Okay.
So we have an employment contract for Sarah Zills. She is going to be the new Special Ed Consortium Director. And on the cover sheet, I did outline the highlights of her contract. She is going to have a work year of 220 days. She's been placed on step 7 of the management salary schedule. And some of the benefits of her contract are the $100 a month for a car allowance, $100 a month for a phone allowance, the annual master's stipend of $1,000, a $25,000 life insurance policy, and the medical, dental, and vision benefits that the other administrators receive, and her 12 granted sick leave days. And her contract was included in the board packet as well as her job description.
Any questions?
Questions?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Consideration of approval of employment contract for Emily Vice Principal, Kirsten Stamp. You have to learn that one. Okay.
I am so moved.
No, thanks. I need a second. Okay, Lewis.
Okay, so Kirsten Snap is coming back to us as a administrator. She did work for our district as the middle school principal for a couple of years. And currently she's one of our special ed teachers for the consortium that we just offered her a contract as a vice principal at Amity High School. So she'll be starting in July, and she'll have a work calendar as 210 days. She's been placed on step 8 of the management salary schedule. She'll also be receiving a car allowance and a phone allowance, the master's stipend. She is a bilingual, so she'll be receiving a bilingual stipend, the life insurance policy, and all of her health benefits also. So she'll be starting on July 1st. And she would have been here tonight, but she had a class at Sonoma State, so she's not going to be here tonight. Yeah. Anyway.
All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Consideration of approval of employment contract for Annalee Vice Principal Christine Carlson. Kelson. Oh, I need a motion.
So moved.
I'm tired. I'll second. Go ahead.
Okay. I just noticed that there was a error on the cover sheet for Christie's, but her contract is right. And she was here earlier tonight, so I'm sorry you didn't.
Was she the one in the white?
She had a white dress on. So she's been hired as a vice principal at Yamley High School, so her work calendar is the same as Kirsten's. And on the cover sheet, it said that she was placed on step 8, but she's actually been placed on step 5. That's reflected on her contract, so that was an error on my cover sheet. And she also receives the car allowance and the phone allowance and the master stipend, and she also is bilingual. And she'll receive the insurance or the life insurance policy and the medical benefits as well. And she's gonna start her contract on July 1st.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Okay. Consideration of approval of employment contract for the 2024 summer school principal Violet Tyndall. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
John.
Great, so Violet is actually one of our teachers and she is going to be our summer school principal this year. So she's actually already started doing some of the work that needs to be done before we can actually start the summer school program. She's been working with Chris and been doing a little bit of work with Greg Alexander. He's been helping her get things prepped for the program. So, and she's also been working with Yannette Hill, who is going to be the administrative assistant for the summer school program. She did it last year. So it'll be a good team.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Consideration of approval of monthly personnel report. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have one addition.
Okay.
Martha Gonzalez is one of our bilingual paraeducators, and she had to reduce her work hours this semester because she's in a master's program. And she's finishing school on May 14th, but on May 15th, she can return to an 8-hour day work schedule. So she's gonna do that from May 15th through June 6th. And then if you recall, she's actually going to be resigning at the end of the school year because she's going into the counseling intern program. And she's gonna do part of her internship at Yamley High School. So this is one of our own employees that has done all of her, she's worked in our district for several years now, gone through, working on getting her bachelor's degree, worked on getting her master's, and now she's going into the intern program to get her counseling credential. So, cool. But yeah, she'll come back for the next 2.5 weeks at full time. That's my only addition to the.
All those in favor? Aye. Anybody want to return to closed session?
What do we need to do?
There's an addition after the motion, so.
What was that, Debbie?
Well, you voted, but Mia had added something to it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I made the motion, so I'll amend my motion to include the additional person.
Okay.
And you seconded it, Julie.
I'll second. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and Lewis wants to go back to closed session for a while.
I guess you're going by yourself. There's nothing new language problems to discuss.
So we are adjourned.